yard is growing so fast, but my pasture's not.
The lawn is just terrible. I'm gonna have to, I mowed Monday. I'm gonna have to mow it Friday, tomorrow, right? Yeah, Friday, Saturday. It's gonna be mowed. Otherwise it gets that hayfield effect. You gotta sweep it or some
Yeah.
darn thing.
This time of year, I start looking at those robot mowers. I don't mind learning to do all this.
I'm waiting to develop something that grass can grow that high. And apply this in there instead.
Yeah.
You just need some goats, just
Maybe.
put them in your yard,
Oh,
then you'll be good.
Artificial turf, the whole thing.
Yeah.
It'll stay the same color and same size all year round. Give it a minute.
good morning. Thank you.
My yard is so small, I
Thank you very much.
Like just battery operated.
Why?
I could get it done in 15 minutes. That's fast.
And that day, they're in my car. Well, if I'd have found a lot, I was planning on bringing this in. But, and my son found them, I didn't even go look.
Last year, more of.
Oh my gosh,
We found more than we had our entire lives.
like,
Yeah,
that's what people are finding now.
just, well, last year was not,
Yeah.
it was so dry.
I found a few last year, but we only found, I found a ton of false ones.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
I did read, they're like, you can put them, you have to boil them first.
When you said you didn't find so many, if I'd have had some, I'd have been a little long, but we just had enough there to eat. And that's, guess what we did? We ate them.
I'm wondering, yeah, I would too. If I had, it, well, we got to do, I mean, we probably
Thank
maybe,
you.
I think God's gonna go out looking again today and then maybe.
Yeah, I have been some agendas.
Yeah.
And,
I'm sorry. Oh, sorry.
please. Oh,
And we might have been just like people that went out yesterday, it was 45 pounds, 60.
well, yeah, you hear about that. I guess we've been lucky in the past that's happened.
Brandon, wait. Yeah, for me too.
I don't go looking like I used to. I just kind of.
Sure you don't have to be able.
I can't walk in the woods like
I'm not on
I got a bad.
Oh, I see.
So my son.
I'm just here to run the routes. Thanks.
We're all good.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And how many different?
I have about 5
Okay, awesome.
and I rotate them all the time.
Depending on the outfit or depending on music or?
For them, I care about it.
Okay.
We all voted for you.
Yeah.
We want to back on.
Oh, thank you. I think that's a compliment.
It is. Damn, yeah.
Yeah.
And thank you for that. It's also. Oh, good.
Wasn't it? I have two, too. Good stuff.
You did it in a very short time.
Well, awesome. That's what I like to hear.
I'm returning my empty jars.
And I will. Jars are a thing.
They are.
I know, they're expensive, yeah. So when I'm doing my backyard, I do them in the dishwasher and then I get them in my oven. That was my new like.
Bakers have been in there. I mean, I'm always like, if I didn't, so I'm not taking it, but
This one batch,
You won't mind if I sit at the table? I'm not on the.
I did bone.
I know you're not waiting. We're expecting a few.
So then I went.
Can you just, you can move up.
I will hold off until we see.
See.
But that's all,
Who's
so I went
gonna
to,
sit
so
there?
it put back around the
What?
so that's like.
Really?
Still on this committee, right?
Yeah.
So Frank and Dave, we're expecting.
Frank?
I just saw Dave have a problem.
Okay.
So there should be room. I mean, you can sit up here too. if you
Yeah.
want.
I just need to plug in.
We're
You can sit there.
No,
I'm just gonna miss me.
I did bring off of
Plus the revenue.
generic thing. Where you get.
Well, that's okay. That's
It's
cake
not
sweet.
small. Because. So I
Thank you.
was, when I got these, I.
Okay. You know, do you guys need the flyers or anything?
I pulled mine up, so.
Get her straight.
building.
But that's it. I'll look on it. Got mine from the Amish.
I got noticed that we're not moving.
Oh, how much are they? The cheap. That's why I even, they're gonna like.
Good morning. Yes, Miranda, Dave needs to go check.
Agenda as well?
I was great.
Because I don't want to pay for
Is
the.
this where they had the both? They were, yeah.
Good to see you, Dave.
It's in school. Oh, it's just. Yes, I've gone there for like nuts and months. I haven't been there.
Oh, you got rich.
I just do. I didn't do anything. You gave me a comprehensive plan and then your entrepreneurship stuff, so I didn't know if you just wanted it to talk about what you did last night. Yeah, sorry. Oh, okay. I think that's gonna be entrepreneur part. Yeah, I don't have names, but. No, it's okay. I just, so I can pull them up. I was just trying to remember.
Yeah. Running in close.
Terrible. No.
Frank is tying up his sports right now,
Oh, okay.
so they do.
There you go.
Short of wires for sure.
Morning, mate.
You're gonna say, you know.
Oh, man. Well, then I ended the copy of our plan survey since then, we stopped about it. Changed up a bit. I don't think Sydney wants to be in something.
What part do we got you on this morning, man?
I'm not on the agenda.
Oh,
I'm just-
that's what I was wondering.
just observing.
Seen
I'm
that.
going to be on.
Matt wants to hear my presentation again.
I mean, you can talk
They got
about.
this today, Monday.
Oh, that's a great part.
Well.
I didn't get to the meeting, obviously, to meet with you ahead of time, like I saw your team's message after I just stopped down. Did you still work in pockets?
Yeah, I got some items to go over and so on. I mean, if you have.
Meeting?
Sure.
And it gets done. I should be able to.
Oh, yeah. There's something that keeps you shooting.
Next thing on my calendar, I was thinking that.
We were.
1 o'clock, so I have to be back over the county building.
Or next.
Is that what I'm? No, that's.
Well, thank
Two or three, I mean, just please not. I think it. Yesterday was really. It's great. We went through a lot of it yesterday, so I don't think it's gonna take. You know, you mess for an hour, and there's one, like, all of like, paying attention. Everything I kept is 78 seconds. All right, no, you're okay. I didn't want you to fall, that would have been terrible. And the children stuff would not have, so. It's fun to fall into.
I'm good.
Or next. That's the one, it's not the June one, it's. Yeah, no.
I want to keep.
I'll just back like crazy.
Sure, man.
Yeah.
Or you can just take a big phone, not saying.
You got a bag?
Nobody's gonna judge.
Maybe for them.
Just looks like a meeting.
Yeah, some of them for you. And the next all we have.
No, it's all saggy. Just kidding.
Something getting on, so I didn't do that.
It's 9:31. I'm gonna call the meeting to order. Proper notice of the meeting was posted.
Probably noticed.
Okay, very good. Item 3 is the introduction of committee members. We have some new ones here, and I'm sure not everybody knows everybody. I'll start off. I'm Will Beitlich. I'm from District 1 by Queen Stoddard and Chaseburg. Mary.
I'm Mary Henry, and this is my second time on. And I'm also on the state committee, which feeds into, gives a lot of information back here, which I thoroughly enjoy. And then, we're actually on the regional, Ben and I. So District 12, that's the city of Baroque. And we have on the decisions coming. That's true. So I'm very glad to be back on.
And Paul, and we farm just out of between Westby and Vermont on 14. Just a plain farmer.
That's a lot.
Mickey Slack, District 7. I live just above Reedstown.
How does that mean?
Just
Okay, is everybody? Yeah. Just board members. Oh, good, then I don't have to do it. Sweet.
I'll figure out how you.
I'm David, again, I represent District 8, which is from the Westby House to the Monroe County line and about 200 yards wide. And I've just got off 6 years serving on the Human Services Committee where we met here. So I'm decommissioning.
More than you know.
Okay, anybody? Yeah, we're going to break.
I think everybody knows me anyway. Frank Easterday, District 10. I don't think mine's as wide as Higgins, but wide enough. Lived down in Nap Valley, been there all my life mostly. Somewhat farming, mostly ranching. We raise quarter horses and sometimes we raise a litter of boxer dogs. So keeps me very busy, although I don't need to be that busy anymore. About it. I enjoy being on this committee the most of any of the ones that I am on. This is very interesting, especially with the dams thing going.
Okay, well, I guess we've all know who each other is. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Ben Moyan here to elect the committee chair.
That's right, I forgot I was doing that. Okay, so we'll start with committee chair for the elected committee. Do we have any nominations?
Mr. Will White.
Will has been nominated.
I'll second it.
Seconded that. Are there any more nominations? Are there any more nominations? Are there any more nominations? Nominations for chair of the Conservation and Education Committee are now closed. All in favor of Will Beitlich being chair of this committee, say aye. Any opposed? Same sign. Will Beitlich is chair of this committee.
Okay, thank you.
When I turn it back over to you.
Yes, I'll take it. I really appreciate your support. You guys do my best. I've been chair for years here, and there's a lot of work ahead of us, so I'm interested in getting some of it accomplished. I don't think I'll do it all. We will try as hard as we can. Okay, at this time, I'm entertaining motions for, for vice chair. Nomination for vice chair.
I'll nominate Frank.
Okay,
You want to do it?
Well, it's a pretty big chair to sit in, but I guess I did it up before, so I guess I can get through it.
Okay, Frank's been nominated. Any other nominations? Any other nominations? Any other nominations? Okay. Somebody motion for nominated, opposed nomination,
Motion.
and unanimous been for Frank.
Yes.
Do I get a second for that? Mary seconds it. Frank? You're nominated vice chair.
Thank you all.
All in agreement, I guess. Opposed? Okay, item 6 is to review and approve minutes of the previous meeting. They were, sent to you. Any corrections or additions? Hearing any, I need a motion to approve. Okay, I get a motion from Dave, second from Dave. Any other discussion? Not hearing any, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
Wait, I just have a, looking at the agenda here, I don't see stands for public comment.
Yeah. Yeah, it's down. The water station is down on 14.
It's,
Item 14.
oh, got it.
And
It's usually like 34.
yes, it is. It is. It's okay. Okay, moving on. We got item 7, which is agency reports, and I see that we got somebody here from NRCS. Justin.
Sure, yeah, I'm not gonna probably talk a lot because I know you guys got a pretty packed agenda, but, I want to show up, to give a little update for us and then also to give support, to you guys in decision-making with the dam decommissioning. I'm hoping that it sparks conversation for conservation in the landscape, and that's kind of what the business that we're in is, so. Right now, we have a regional conservation partnership program, RCTP sign up. That's May 17th. We've kind of already got our project lined up for that sign up. So typically when there's a sign up, we already like to have all of our planning done. We just got done with a big equip sign up. We obligated over $1 million to sign up for fiscal year 2024 for the first sign up. So a bunch of good grazing projects, some bigger structural practices, a lot of different management practices like cover crops. So it was a successful sign up. We're right now working on our CSP conservation stewardship program applications. Our ranking deadline was last Friday, so we ought to know who is funded within that program probably by this Friday or next Monday. Spring is compliance time, so our compliance reviews consist of us field staff going out to a random selection, about 25 tracks, and looking at soil erosion, compliance within the USDA provisions, which entail mitigating a certain amount of soil erosion for those that participate in USDA programs, not converting wetlands to agricultural use. So those are just things that we look at, with a random selection of tracks. Like I said, about 25 of them each year. And looking forward, our equip sign up has been consistently in the first week of November. It's November 1st this year. And we're just kind of getting into construction season. So a lot of our projects that are contracted and on the books are going to get kicked off. Some of them already have. So that's all I would say.
Any questions for Joe?
What was that program you said was going to close in a week or two?
Yeah, the Regional Conservation Partnership Program, for all intents and purposes, it operates primarily like our EQIP program. It's resource concern based, so if there's environmental problems like soil erosion, water quality issues, different management problems, that program offers financial assistance in the same way that EQIP does.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, anything else?
Okay, So we have these dam issues. I would like to see somehow in our decommissioning committee formed that will help support these landowners. But I would like you on it, and I would like a group of almost everybody here on it that is part of the decommissioning of these dams to help the landowners. I don't know where that fits in our agenda, but I know that I want you on that because of the funds that are available. Ben, do you?
Well, as you say, you want a committee that has most of the people here.
Correct.
We may be able to utilize this committee, but maybe make sure we have an agenda item that's more concerted for that. Always try to have an agenda item related to that topic. I don't know if the word is, maybe a better word is work group then outside of the structure of this committee. That's just an idea, to have more of a working group, but nothing where we're risking having a quorum or anything like that, a little different than a posted meeting. I don't know if that would be the balance. What you're asking for is,
Well, I know something has to be in that plan. If we don't have it in the plan, then I'm afraid it's gonna get overlooked. And then we can't add it later. Am I about that?
I think there's some confusion about the plan of what's come from Coon Creek seem to be a little confused because anything that's in the environmental impact statement, if we would include conservation, like that's the big plan we're talking about, right? That is dictated that we're going into, or is strongly encourage the preferred alternative of decommissioning the majority of the dams. Anything that's in that, which includes additional environmental impact statement work, requires, I believe it's a 20-year
I think
commitment.
it's 50.
It's 50, yeah, you're right, it's 50.
50-year commitment, so, yeah, that's where there's a little bit of confusion in that, and it's possible to put other conservation practices in there, but, landowners have to commit to 50 years of that, of that obligation. So if you look at like management practices that we deal with, they're typically a couple of year lifespan, and the expectation is that these are gonna be conservation practices that are continued, and that's what we we try and get the people to commit to that. But with voluntary conservation, it is a delicate balance with trying to get conservation on the ground and not scare off all of our participants either, because 50 years is a long time. And when you look at the levels of commitment and the maintenance, I fear that doing that within the scope of the environmental impact statement, the watershed program, that funds the PL 566 structures, it would be a really tough sell to get those types of upland management practices to be committed to for 50 years. I mean, even like the small dam structures, the ponds, to control valley erosion. We don't necessarily build those. They're not built to 50-year lifespans. So it's just a really tough thing to put the type of work that we do through our programs like EQIP and CSP to put a 50-year commitment on that, I fear is not really manageable. Yeah, not necessarily not manageable, but it would not be, I guess it would be a difficult sell.
And it would have to go into which would mean a redone environmental impact statement. And so the funding through EQIP, CSP, and for our land and water programs are more appropriate. And we can seek additional funding, but doing it through this plan, which I think is what Coon Creek has pushed for, it just doesn't make sense.
It's not really within the scope of the program.
Yeah.
The program is primarily flood control. A lot of the conservation practices that we do, they have, tangential benefits to flood control, but their primary uses are for, things like soil erosion, benefiting water quality, different resource concerns. I'm not saying they don't have any impact on flood control. They can, you know, if in the grand scheme of things, but I'm happy to be on a committee. You know, like if there was a committee forum, whether it be, you know, something that we discuss in this meeting or outside of this meeting, I'm definitely happy to help. And, you know, I've talked with people within the agency about like looking forward and anticipating maybe there being more funding needed like in this county for conservation. And you know, the sense that I get is that funding can be made available. We just need the groundswell of participants because we're a voluntary agency and we're not going to go telling people what to do unless they're coming to us. I mean, we can advertise, but we want to see that interest coming in before we're creating additional funding sources. Because like I said, we funded almost everything that we got within EQIP and CXP already this year. So funding has not been a limitation yet. I think as we get more people, it could be. And, you know, I'm prepared for that. And I think we can, you know, we can make much more funding available through special fund pools within the state, or whatever it be. But I'm happy to help.
It's kind of off. This is not on the.
For agency reports, it's getting off.
Yeah, this is just way out. If we want this on our agenda to form something, we should have this next time. So you want to put something on for next month?
So maybe it needs to be where we go back to our flood mitigation. What was that group then that I was on? I don't remember.
Yeah, Flood Mitigation Alliance and.
And you guys can throw this around before next meeting.
We can talk and, we'll make sure there's an agenda item.
Yeah.
Next week. To be clear, we're not giving up on any of this. It's just not really appropriate for the PL 566 funding pool and the plan environmental impact statement. That's just not where it belongs. But we'll make sure there's an agenda item.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. I think, we haven't got any more people here, so we'll move on to the next item, which is item 8, is to schedule our next conservation education meeting. It will be June 13th, 9:30 here. Okay, item 9, audience visitors, which is the UW extension portion. Anybody at this time care to make a statement? I'm not saying you're hearing anybody. Move on to item 10.
Does anybody come?
Don't see any hands up there, do you? I don't anyway. I'm kind of blind, but if you see somebody, tell me. Item 10 is to review the UW extension bills for payment. Okay, I have those in front of me here. I will pass them around. The total for the month was $1,263.90. If you have any questions on this, you can ask. We do not approve these. They are just something we're review. So if you have a question, bring it up.
Go ahead, make a comment. So just so you guys are aware, you know, where we usually have the $750 payment to, King Court. We decided to do all that now in a quarterly bundle, so. Okay, so next time it'll look a lot larger instead of $750 every month. Just for some paperwork and accounting things made that simpler to do it quarterly. So that's why you don't see it.
Okay, I'll keep moving on here, and if you have a question on bills, please raise your hand. Okay, item 11 is the orientation to extension presentation.
So this is me. I have a short presentation for you guys. Within the documents that were in the packet though, one of the other things you'll see in there is there's a document called Division of Extension County Partnership Guidance. This is a document that was developed back in 2021 with the Wisconsin Counties Association. It's been updated again. So I just wanted to give you guys access to that. I'm not going to go over all of it. It's As you can see, it's fairly lengthy. I do have a couple printed copies if anybody'd like it. But it really kind of goes over what are the roles of the county, what are the roles of extension and how our partnership works. And that's really what I wanted to do with this presentation. And fabulous. I'll just, I mean, just scroll through the PowerPoint. But,
Yeah, reading each other's minds.
right. So really what this is a presentation really about, what we are, who we are. So the extension department, for those of you who aren't familiar with extension, we're a little bit unique in county government as we're a combination department. So we have both county staff and state staff, and it's a kind of a co-funded partnership. And I just want to kind of go over what that looks like for Vernon County. So just to start, extension's mission, our mission is really embodying the Wisconsin idea. So the Wisconsin idea is that the universities of Wisconsin aren't just for student learners. It's really for everybody in the state. So our mission and extension is to take those resources out to everybody, to the borders of Wisconsin, and make it accessible, all the information to residents to help address local needs. And the way we do that is with our educators being local. So just kind of a unique system. And so we are the outreach arm of the university and working in partnership with the county. So our mission may look different over the years. Our programming may have changed. So there you see the kid sitting on a pile of corn. If anybody's been through 4-H, you kind of know the history of where 4-H kind of started with corn clubs. We were doing really great university research back in the day on how to improve corn production, but we couldn't get it out to the producers. They weren't believing the stuff that we had. So corn clubs were started to, we convinced parents to give their kids an acre of corn, and they used the university techniques, and then they used their traditional techniques, and the kids were way out producing their parents. So then resources were started to be incorporated, and that was kind of how extension evolved. You can see on the other side though, where there's a group there with computers and technology. Again, how we do our job looks very different over the years, but it's really still bringing those university resources to help people where they live and work and play. We are a statewide network. So we have deep ties to both regional, statewide, and local issues. We work with communities and try to connect research back to populations within those areas. So extensions work. So we are county-based. We have extension offices in most every county in the state and 3 tribal nations. So my name's Adam. I'm the area extension director. So we provide administrative oversight, and the areas are 1 to 5. I'm one of the lucky to get 5 counties. So the 5 counties that I oversee are Richland, Crawford, Vernon, LaPlace, and Monroe County. Extensions reach statewide. We had 370,000 participants. We have 22,000 WIRE members. You can read through those. I'm not going to go through that. But what I did want to share is this local reach. And I really apologize for how small this shows up on the screen there. So it doesn't really look that big with our local reach only being 1,367 contacts total. Thing to note is this is not our 4-H contacts, because they changed our reporting structure. 4-H numbers are now collected in a different manner. So you think about, for those who have been on the committee, the vacancies that we've had, and where we're just getting full enrolling here within the last really 6 months to a year, we still had that many educational contacts when we exclude 4-H. And then we started looking at our 4-H program with numbers from last year. I believe it was roughly 344 members in 4-H last year, which has been an upward increase. The last 2 years, we've had increases in our 4-H numbers. Emery could probably dive into what this year's numbers are looking like. But as we're seeing trends and increases in membership, there's also a lot of educational contacts that are happening within the community there. And as we go through, we'll provide reports and summaries on what we do and how we're meeting and reaching those local needs, reaching our edge goals. So how does extension come to life in Vernon County? Well, it comes to life through our staff. So we have 4-H educator Emery. We have a community development educator, Hannah, and Hannah will be coming close to her in 1 year and a couple months.
Next month.
Next month?
Mhm.
That's a good job. We're getting close either way. We have regional crops educator, Sam Bibby. So Sam is now overseeing Vernon proper cross counties. As of the 6th, his home office will now is spot. So I'm guessing we'll see more frequently, Sam on just because of proximity to this kind of town. And I know he's been pretty involved with some different workshops and the like. On the May 20th, Beth Bowen, I think that's how you say her last name. I'm really not out to get that for sure when she starts. But May 20th, and she'll actually be housed here in Vernon County. But she'll be our livestock educator, and she'll be serving 4 counties. We have a food wise coordinator, Sheena, who's out today, so she had a written report, but she won't be here. And then we have our support staff. So that's just how the staff comes together.
We made flyers in office, Dave's got it, that's in the file stuff I gave you just for more of a resource with some pictures, so it's the same, Sheena here, if any board members, you can get a visual, but also have that as a extra resource as a reminder of who we are.
So our county extension partnership, again, I talked about the partnership document, that's for you guys to review if you want to look through it. But this is kind of how that works. So you can see we have our local needs, local partners. These are all the things that happen within a community. And then as we move over, next line, they're meeting those local needs are different educators within the county. And then they report back to the state, and we start looking at where we can make those interactions back and forth between the state and local needs to really provide relevant programming that meets people where they are. And this is how educators are in the community. Educators are in the communities and understand local issues and needs. So this is just kind of the programming cycle that we go through. We have an issue that comes up to us. We try to develop some response to that with research and data. We deliver those programs, we measure some of that impact and do some evaluation. We share out what we do, and based on that evaluation and data impact, we reevaluate it and keep working so that we're always moving forward and trying to provide quality programming and make positive change over program areas that we are working with. And how do we work together? You guys as the committee, right? We provide reports to you, we let you know what we're doing. We also want you to be our eyes and ears. What are some of the new things that are coming? What are some things that we might want to be focused on? I know over the last couple of years, you guys have some great suggestions on, hey, have you tried contacting this person? Or that program looks like it'd be really good here. So that's one way that we work together back and forth. The other thing is you guys also help spread the word to other county board members and around the community. You know, you might hear something and be like, I know this person from extension. They have a great resource that you might want to connect to. And again, as a committee, right, there's some oversight, but it's not really the supervisory committee, but it's really how do we work back and forth to meet local needs. And I think the committee is really the key structure for us to communicate with county partners as well as the work we do. So it's kind of how we work together. Extension just went through some strategic plans, put these strategic goals together. The goals that extension has put together are connecting people and being a catalyst for relationships, supporting our people. So how do we invest in our community? We want to foster growth. So again, capacity building, we're very much educational. We're very much about connecting people in communities. And how do we make things, we're not catalyst for growth. We're very much in the educational realm. We're not regulation, which is nice. We're not our funding isn't based off of getting so many X skin or doing some of those things. So we really get to be that catalyst and connector for the community. And we also have this commitment to serving everybody. So with that, do you guys have any questions? That's a real brief, real high level of extension. We are a partnership between the university and it's really great connector. And we want you guys to be an active part.
You know, as county board members, we don't share a lot. I'd like to invite you to an August or September county board meeting this is very, very informative.
Mhm.
I didn't know a lot of this.
Yeah, I would be more than happy to do that.
And I was also a corn growing participant in 1968.
Did you beat your parents?
Yes,
Yeah.
I took all the manure. Very good, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Adam here? Okay, then we go on to get your highlights. Is somebody doing food wise or is that just?
We'll go through it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's being, understand like that, but,
You guys do have it in written form, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
So we could probably.
We could skip it. There's not that much. The farmer's market, just one weird things and it's getting more exciting as the summer gets closer, but for the most part, she's just going for preparing a lot of the new educators and making plans for farmer's market and doing more teaching at the schools. So once schools are over, these things switch over. So any questions on you guys?
Okay, we'll move on then to community development. Hannah.
Oh, sure. Okay. So last month, we had an I&E club. It was articulating your company's purpose for food and farming businesses. And a colleague of mine from Extension in Just Stage, she's out of Crawford County, was able to come up and help facilitate that. Then we had our broadband workshop that was very successful. So Green Bay happened the week before, and they had about 43 people there, and we had 33 at ours. So I would say that is a huge accomplishment, especially in comparative of size between Green Bay and Baroque. So also we had our JSEC conference for Extension professionals. And I was elected to serve a 3-year term on our WICTA board. So WICTA just stands for Wisconsin Extension Environmental and Community Development Association. So I will start serving on that later this month. Then looking ahead real quick. I taught last night. We had our 3rd I&E club workshop, and so I thought about building your brand for businesses. So that was good. We had a decent turnout, and I don't really go through all the rest of it. I'll be teaching again later on the 20th in Crawford County at a small business roundtable discussion for that Thriftless Development's putting on. So there's that.
Questions for Hannah? Hannah? Great.
Here's the, so I can see everybody, teacher in me, right, Mary? Maybe you'll identify a little bit. So I want to do a visualization activity with you this morning. I want you to think of a cupcake, okay? So cupcake has a wrapper and the cake in the bottom, and then your favorite frosting on top, and then we're going to put a cherry on top of that cupcake. And so that's what I want you to think of at 4-H currently. So the cherry on top is fair. A lot of times we say 4-H, you automatically think fair. It's because it's where we're the most visible, right? You see our members, they're with their projects, they're getting feedback from judges, but there's so much more to the cupcake. We have the cake part. Now, if you're my 5-year-old son, the cake just gets discarded, the cherry is eaten, and there's the frosting all over his face. Done. But really, we like to focus on the cake part of the cupcake. That is our structure and our foundation of our programming. So what is that in 4-H? Recently, the major research groups have come out, finally. I've been waiting for this. What effects has the pandemic had on our youth? Okay, they came out with research saying that loneliness is akin to smoking 16 cigarettes a day. So I want you to think about being a young child, being at home during the pandemic. They're not getting that socialization. As adults, we're not getting that socialization. Now, I'm a little bit of an introvert, so I was happy. I didn't have to interact with people face to face at home. But 16 cigarettes a day on our young people. We're seeing issues in the schools where, and I'm gonna pick on that, the kids can't stop touching each other because they couldn't get that social interaction. Okay, so that's what we focus on in 4-H. How can we build community in our young people? How can we combat some of these issues that are coming out, social isolation? Another thing that we really focus on is your purpose. So I want you to visualize again. What is something that you do that gives you a purpose? What are you passionate about? We have a lot of people here that are acting on their passions, right? There are people that are interested in conservation, dams, Frank and his horses, right? Or talking to you about farming and planting, okay? Then we have our other fun things. So I really like showing and competing with rabbits all over the nation, okay? Ben likes racing, all right? These are our passions. These are things that give us purpose. If you have a purpose, your life expectancy will increase. And it significantly decreases if you don't have a purpose. In the new research that's coming out about youth trends, a lot of our young people, they haven't found their purpose and they're suffering because of that. 4-H is here to provide opportunities for kids to experience a wide variety of things in order to find what sparks them. And it could be anything, right? From rabbits to basketball, to cooking, to robotics, to growing corn, farming. What drives you to want to continue to move on with your life? And those purposes and sparks go into careers, right? How many of you are here today because you wanted a career in something that you felt passionate about? All right. So that's what 4-H is. We want to give our youth an opportunity to try all of these things and then to build mastery so that they can go on and be good citizens in Vernon County. Hopefully they'll come back, right? And make an impact here. That's why we're here. Now the fair is a yes, great job. You are doing an excellent job. We want to give them that feedback, that positive experience and say, hey, look at my rabbit. I can show it to somebody else. And that sparks me even more. Okay, so you'll see it in the newsletter, all of the things that we're up to and doing with our clubs. We are about 280 members this year, but we're right at that point where we get a whole bunch that'll join on. So not only are we doing this engagement with our current club members, but we're also doing a lot of community outreach. I majorly braved the weather this last weekend and was at the Coon Valley Conservation event. Ooh, that was a doozy. We got rained on and I thought I was going to die in the lightning storm. But we were teaching about pollinators and not bees, but other types of pollinators and sparking that engagement through an interactive photo booth, be able to talk to them about gardening and what impact does that have on their future if pollinators, don't come around anymore. Okay, so we're doing lots of different things out and everywhere. This summer, you'll see me at the farmer's market a lot, and our intern doing education at a booth at the farmer's market in a variety of different projects, from rocketry to sourdough bread to duct tape wallets, and talking about saving. What do you want to save for financially? How do you want to be financially stable when you get older? So we're having these conversations. We don't just do things, but we explain why we're doing them and we tie them to life skills because that's the cake. That's what holds our youth up and what's gonna, help us in the future, youth our future. So that's what I do in 4-H. I'm out and about doing a lot of different things. We have lots of active animal projects, but we also have projects in a variety of other areas. We also send youth and trips. We sent a couple to space camp in Alabama. They got to ride on the gyrosphere and learn all about STEM and how that works. We send them to Washington, DC to lobby for Viroqua and using that youth voice. So we do a ton of different things. So I want to share that analogy with you because I feel like people understand 4-H a lot better because it has a lot of flavors. So we have a really, really busy summer planned, and our youth are doing great things. So thank you. Questions for me?
Yes, just out of curiosity in this room, how many of you were in 4-H as a youth? Who would have thought this was where that was gonna bring us? Well, and that's where you first learned parliamentary procedure. That was the first time.
Thank you, Henry, for that upbeat on 4-H. It was nice to listen to. We'll move on then to crops and soil. Do you have something there?
Yeah, just a couple things from Sam.
Okay.
He's obviously still busy with pesticide applicator training. Will, did you get your?
I know.
Good. That's the only thing I never hear back. If they got it or not. I hear they haven't got it. So he's been doing some more on-farm research with Amelina and the McClurg Field Day. He's working on Badger Crop Connect. And he's working with colleagues to create a comprehensive precision ag 101 publication, start a statewide weed control workshop series for next fall, kind of like the water hemp workshops of years past. You guys have paper if you want to read more details on that, but it looks like it's just a lot. And hopefully we'll see more of Sam now that he's in the, oh, so we can talk about it. What I'm saying. You can stop visualizing my face when you think of Sam.
Any questions here?
Thanks.
I did forget one thing.
Go ahead.
So part of what I've been also working on is the comprehensive planning commission with Matt. And we do have an existing condition report for review that we would like people to go on and take a look at. Matt, do you want to talk about it?
Did we get that link on yet?
Yeah.
So there's a link.
Is there, so it links back to the website, and so everything is accessible on Vernon for it.
Yeah, it's all in your handouts.
Yep. I did forget to mention.
So, no, that's fine. I mean, just, you know, in your travels, if you guys could please spread the word about it. Because we want, our goal is to get feedback from the community.
Okay, there's nothing else there. We'll move on to item 13.
Rebecca, one more thing, not to bombard you with too much information, but,
Okay.
just a reminder for you guys on this committee especially, about the Wisconsin Farming Association. They're looking for steering committee members. And the committees that they're looking for steering members are agriculture, environment, and land use, which is pretty relevant to the committee. Health and Human Services, Judicial, Public Safety, Personnel Finance, County Organization, Transportation, Public Works, and UW-Madison Division of Extension and Education. So 2 steering committees directly related to this. If it's something you guys like to talk about or serve on, you can either contact me and ask me to be able to help you get contact to. But those, you'd like to be part of those steering committee members. They are, requests are due by May 24th. So I just want to put that out there. If anybody wants to get involved on the steering committee.
I would just report that as the counties association, in my experience, does so much for us. When you're on those committees, Vernon County has an extra voice at the table, invaluable.
So where do those really meet?
Virtual nowadays,
Yeah, I'm not really familiar with, but I would guess that most of the. I
Can
can
you say
say,
what they are?
one was extension and one was.
yeah, Southern,
When you go to the training next week too, Sarah from the County Association will be there and you can also discuss.
I get the one in Bergen.
Yeah.
yeah,
I'll be there.
so ag, environment, and land use. Health and Human Services, Judicial and Public Safety, Personnel Finance and County Organization, Transportation and Public Works, and UW Division of Extension and Education. Those,
Anybody interested in that, talk to Adam here and he'll direct you. I encourage you if you got any interest at all, to Adam.
Well, I kind of do, but we'll see. But who else is going next week to Prairie Chain and carpool together?
I think there's 6 of you going.
Is it?
Yeah.
Let's do it. Yeah. Or you can, although now they think of it, it's the car for one hour. You should.
I guess we'll move on then to, item 13, if everybody's remembered everything. Yep. And we're gonna review the land and water bills here for payment. I'm gonna read just the total amount and, then we'll look at them, if there's any questions, you know, ask. Total expenses for this last month were $37,173.71. April reimbursements and other revenue totaled $40,640. So on the right track, we've taken in more than we spent. Something you don't understand, please ask.
Quite a bit's been going on with the bathrooms at Sadie Hollow. Yep. Yeah, just with the new site, I was touch on that parks update, trying to wrap up those projects that we had approved from last year.
He was taking in a lot of camping things, Sarah.
Yeah. We're up and running. Again, it can be under camp park update, but it's pretty full. Trout fishermen are back and it's actually midweek really crazy too right now.
Any other questions here or comments? Not?
Just a good job. I mean, these parks are turning into a moneymaker for us. And there's been a lot of expense, but I think down the road, we're moving in the right direction.
How's Blackhawk faring this spring? Probably not a water problem, but
not this year, not compared to last year. So
We'll have a parks update here coming up, Dave. On the back.
it's on the back page. Motion to approve.
No, we don't want to approve
Oh.
bills. We just review them.
Motion to accept.
No, we don't do that either.
None.
You're just out there, Dave.
Motion to acknowledge.
You're sitting back there. Okay, let's move on here. Item 14, audience to visitors in the land and water portion here. Is there anybody care to make a statement? This gentleman over here.
Stand up.
Yeah, tell us your name, whatever.
Yeah, there's kind of a poll here. I don't know where I'll stand. I'll face back and
Yeah.
forth a little bit. My name's Eric Weniger. I am a,
Just a minute, Eric.
yeah.
So people online can see you're like right behind, if you go right like between no layers, right here.
Right here.
Yep,
there we go.
Spot.
there's that camera straight ahead.
Why don't you know?
Oh. Hello online. My name's Eric Weniger. I am a farmer, business owner, as well as a mechanical engineer. So I'm kind of coming here with all three hats to talk about the dam decommissioning vote that's going to be made on it. When I look at this as an engineer, you know, I've read the reports. I see the structural issues there. So I am not here to say the dams don't need to be decommissioned. When the dams are being decommissioned, NRCS is seeing this as a way to shift liability. The decommissioning needs to happen.
I think of it as a business person now, as a balance sheet. I see an asset and I see a liability. The asset is these dams, when they're functional, when they were designed in the 1960s, they're providing flood protection. 2018 alone, we had over $14 million of damage to public infrastructure. That's not private, right? That's not included in PCA's benefit cost analysis. The asset we have for the dams. These dams can't withstand the storms. They're not geologically sound. So understand that. The shift that's happening is that the asset is being taken away. The flood protection is being taken away. The liability that currently is on NRCS is not being taken away. That is being shifted to the people who live in these watersheds, as well as the county. So when it's being said that 100% cost share is being presented to decommission these dams, it's true that 100% of the cost to decommission the dams is being presented. However, the liability is still there. Balance sheet, businessmen, right? There's a liability that's there. The asset is being taken away. So what is the plan moving forward to make this balance sheet whole again? We have the liability, we have the risk. You know, these rains are increasing. The data that was used in the 1950s, the 1960s to justify these dams in the first place, those events are changing, right? Like, I mean, we had countless, I can't even think in the last 10 years how many times we've had flooding and I've had to knock basements out into completely. I never want to do that again. But I know if it happens, the whole community is going to come together. People in Coon Valley, up and down these watersheds, are feeling like they're being left out. There needs to be a solution going forward. And so I'm coming here to say that there are solutions. UW is doing modeling. There is land use practices combined with small landscape.
One minute.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to wrap up quick. Land use changes that can have as much or more flood protection as the dams had in the first place. So there are solutions there outside of what NRCS is presenting, which is to do nothing, to walk away with the liability on the county. It is not whole for them to say that we will pay for decommissioning and nothing else. They have billions of dollars right now. There are programs there. They should be asked as part of the decommissioning to help us come up with a plan so we can move forward so that me, as a farmer, as a business owner, and as a citizen, a single one person isn't left trying to figure out how to deal with the flood mitigation. And I want to work together. There's groups in the community that want to work together to plan this and to implement it. There is funding out there, NRCS has it. I appreciate your time, sincerely, and your consideration. I know it's a hard decision, and y'all are going to put the community in man's interest.
We aren't gonna comment or question this. It's
No,
just
sorry.
gonna-
Hey,
Name again?
Yeah.
oh, yeah, Eric Winninger. B&E Streets, Maple Syrup Farm. We work at the Food Enterprise Center, so all farms.
Eric, we should make sure. Go more.
I've never heard that.
Gather.
4 minutes. But yes.
Nancy Wedwick.
Okay, anybody else?
Nancy online.
Okay.
Hi, good morning. I'm Nancy Wedwick.
You get 4 minutes if you're making a statement.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to see all of you. I'm here too as a resident of Vernon County, and I just wanted to make a few points, things for you to consider as you go forward making decisions surrounding the decommissioning of the dams. First of all, great job, Eric, and I echo much of what Eric said. I'm not here to say the dam should not be decommissioned. We know that there is an issue with these dams. You all are being asked to make a historic and unprecedented decision that is going to have ramifications on a national scale. It just simply is. When have so many dams been decommissioned at once, right? So I would encourage you to consider a few things. First of all, if you have not already, you may want to secure a legal opinion about who is liable for the remaining dam structures Once those are removed, we know that there's going to be some issues with stability in making them stable. So if you may want to think about what is the liability when the federal government has built a structure on private land, the county has had the job of maintaining it, and now with the relinquishment of easements, who will be responsible when the rains come and the sediment flows? Secondly, it is going to be critical to have a funded plan B in place. Millions and billions of dollars committed right through the bipartisan infrastructure bill. The money is out there to address these issues, and it's going to be critical to have a plan in place as these are decommissioned, particularly when in a time of climate change, when we are getting more and more frequent, intensive rainfalls lasting for longer periods of time, we're going to get more rain that is going to create flooding, and we're going to have less protection at the same time. So let's implement a plan B that can provide that protection. Thirdly, considering all the money that is out there, if, as stated in the PEIS, complete removal of the dams could be funded, would that be something that could be considered, given the fact that the remaining structures will be difficult to stabilize and will erode over time? So as the floods come, after the V's notches are put in place in these dams, they will erode, and a big flood will cause greater erosion. So I think that is something too to consider. Fourth, I can't begin to tell you how important it is to engage with the public and make sure that people fully understand what is happening here. Thank you. To fully understand the decommissioning process and what that is going to mean going forward. Engagement by the board members, engagement with the public. I encourage you, if you haven't already, take a look at the public comments in the appendix. They are rich and full of ideas. And I would encourage you to engage with experts in the field of dam removal and others who are out there who can speak to land management practices. And I also stand ready, as Eric had said, we want to work with you on this issue. We have all kinds of landowners who are very interested in land management practices, and we look forward to being a part of creating the solution with you. And thank you so much for your time.
Any questions? Dating this one. Okay. Anybody else with any comments?
It's Carolyn.
I have a hand raised. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi there. Can I offer a comment?
Yes, you go for it.
Wonderful. My name is Caroline Gottschalk-Drischke. I'm a professor at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. I know many of you. I'm also a member of the Coon Creek Community Watershed Council, and I'm someone who has spent the last 20 years studying agricultural conservation and dam removal and challenges around dams. I'm here speaking today to echo Nancy Wedwick's points, all of them, I would say, especially the one about available bipartisan infrastructure law funding. I think there is more funding available for possible alternatives for these dams, and would really encourage you thinking strongly about talking with folks who could provide expertise about the full removal of these structures. I have huge concerns about leaving parts of them in your watershed. Having talked with folks over the past several years recording oral histories about the impacts of those dam breaches, it scares the heck out of me that any of those structures would remain in part in place. I also want to challenge the point that we've heard consistently that land conservation practices don't belong in this conversation about the PL 566 flood control structures. That is simply not accurate. The text of the actual Public Law 566 itself states that the purpose of the law is to fund, quote, works of improvement for flood prevention, including structural and land treatment measures. and agricultural phases of conservation, development, utilization, and disposal of water. That's in the law itself. Also, when these contracts were signed to build these PL 566 structures, they included the promise that 50% of the land above each reservoir or flood water detention structure would be under agreement for conservation measures. These things have always gone hand in hand, and it doesn't make sense to me that they would be separated out during this decommissioning process. Third, I just also at some point would hope that there's more clarification about the statements that we've heard today, and otherwise that this plan can be changed after it's signed. My understanding is that legally, Plan EIS cannot be changed after signature without going through this full federal process again. So I'm not sure if you're referring to a different part of that agreement. Likewise, I think it's really important to hear clarification about the issue that came up in the last meeting about the floodplain mapping, which my understanding is that those will change, and that will be a necessary change of this decision. So I just want to urge, I know that this is an impossible decision in a lot of ways, but there are a lot of folks who are really invested in it and know a lot about it and would love to be involved in your watershed and beyond. And so I just encourage you to think about some of these other alternatives. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else here? Not hearing anybody. I thank all three of you for your comments. Oh, we got another hand up. Looks like it went down, didn't it? Okay. Well, is there any other comment? Okay, we will move on. We are to item 15, and that is the land and water staff introduction to the program.
Sure, let's get that out. We have some new members. No, like David's never been in our office before. I'm glad that Wade is here as well. There's quite a bit that our department encompasses, so hoping to have most or almost all of my staff give a little introduction. But discussion dialogue is certainly encouraged as well, because every 72 counties in Wisconsin, each one has a land conservation department. They look very, very different in every single county. Crawford's really isn't structured anything like Vernon's, isn't structured anything like Richland's or Chippewa's or Marathon's, so every county is quite different. In Vernon County, it's really a necessity and decisions over time have put the parks, the campgrounds, the 22 PL 566 dams. We're one of the only counties in the state that has the county forest program within land and water. We have non-metallic mining. But really, I think it's important for you all to meet the staff. And should Nick go first? Come on, Nick goes first.
Yeah, like Ben said, Nick Gilman, County Forester for Vernon County. It's kind of a unique thing for Land and Water Department to have the County Forester housed underneath it. So my job, it kind of has three hats, right? So there's the Wisconsin County Forest Association that has 30 different counties that are enrolled within. It's also housed under the Wisconsin DNR. The DNR pays for half of my salary and half of my fringe benefits. They have me here. Along with the DNR, there's an MOU agreement that says that I do 50% of my job. It's dedicated towards forestry work, whether that be public lands like county forest, Sadie Hollow, Jersey Valley, et cetera, and or private forestry assistance as well. Since we are a relatively small county forest, they opened up the door for me to do some private lands work, free of charge for the citizens around here. So that's an interesting thing that not a lot of county foresters get to do either. So my main job, what I'm tasked with, is sustainable management of our county forests. The DNR has loaned us a good sum of money to purchase the properties that we do have, like Sadie Hollow and Jersey Valley. So
the 0% interest loans that we've used to purchase, which properties again, would you say?
Sadie and Jersey are the two big ones. And then, parts of Sophia were used as well. So the 0% interest loan we pay back on a 20% basis to the state. So every time I have a timber sale, 20% of that revenue goes back to the state to pay down that loan balance. And then, as well as a 10% it's issued to the townships in lieu of property taxes. So, that's kind of the general idea. And I guess I'll open it up for any questions that board members may have.
So really, we work very closely with the DNR. You get your plan approved. There's both an annual and a 15-year work plan for his department. They're pretty heavy on timber harvest are requirements, right? We can't not do that. Nick has arranged and fulfilled more timber sales than the last 3 foresters before him combined. Really did a tremendous amount of catch up for us. And it's, prioritizing good forestry when we're doing those timber harvests for regen, which not easy in Vernon County to do forestry regeneration anymore. We're very fortunate to have him. He's a big part of working with the parks when needed, working with the dams when needed. So we're very fortunate to have that. He's a unique forester in a unique county, but especially for our new members. Do you have any questions kind of for Nick or about the county forest program?
How are the timber sales trending now this year?
Yeah, so as far as like pricing,
Yes.
so pricing is actually quite a bit down right now. So, red oak slid way off in the last, let's say 24 months. So unfortunately, now is not the time to be selling timber from an economic standpoint, especially if it encompasses red oak. Now, we still see pretty static white oak prices and hard maple prices. And, those are kind of our 3 main species along with some of the others. So, personally, we have 1 timber sale that's on the docket for Sophia. We're waiting for fall in the hopes that prices might come up. However, 75% of that sale is going to be hard maple. So at least we can kind of rest our head that most of the sale is actually going to be sold at the correct time financially and ecologically. So.
How does oak will affect timber sale and valuation? Sorry.
We can't look at that.
Actually, that was my exact question.
Well,
So
the questions have to come in here.
So oak book that we took out were we able to recoup any money?
Yeah, absolutely. So, the sale was only a 5-acre sale. So, it's a relatively small amount of money, but we still were able to get $9,000 from that sale, roughly. It's a little under. So the idea, the oak was still viable, still can go to market, it still can be made into products, sequester carbon, all that good stuff, as long as we get to it fast, right? So if we let it sit for 3 or 4 years after it dies, they're not going to take it, they're not going to do anything. So, yeah, we were able to do that and, it helped pay for, part of the rehab of the park after the fact. I got a grant through Conservation Aid to pay for, roughly 5,000 and, we coupled 5,000 so basically into all pay for that. So,
But I think he uses it both to prioritize some of the choices on where to do a harvest. Also, our timing of harvest, the time of year is impacted by oak wilt season.
Right, yeah, absolutely.
How about ash? I don't remember us ever talking about ash before that board, but were we able to use anything with it, or do we have much of that?
We don't have a whole lot of it anymore. We never really had a stand that was, I guess, mostly ash, right? The species composition around here, it's really integrated with central hardwoods. So we have, some like fully oak stands and then mostly. So the ash would kind of reside underneath the central hardwoods. So we have in all the timber sales that I've done, we are, claiming that value before they go out. They can stand about 3 years dead. before they're no longer useful to someone else. So, you know, we try our best to get them the thing, obviously, with, you know, some of it's gonna fall over on its own, but yeah, absolutely, we try to prioritize where we can get some salvage cuts in. Yeah.
Marty, are you okay with going next? I know you have your,
Oh, yeah, he's got a report. Why don't he just do that?
just wait and go with Sammer.
Yeah, start over here.
All right. I'm Sam Carbush, watershed planner for Vernon County. I work closely with the producer-led watershed groups, mainly Coon Creek and Bad Axe, watershed. I do a lot of mapping, GIS stuff, watershed modeling, working with a grant right now to kind of decide where practices to be put on the landscape, to get the most benefit from them. This is all done through a GIS software. Other than that, I do a lot of map making for the parks and stuff like that, and
Yeah, so his modeling is really helping us prioritize things like in Coon Creek. We'll also be partnering with Coon Creek and Valley Stewardship Network to do a 9 key element plan in the timber coulee. So that's a more intensive plan formed in these areas where the dams are being removed, helping to prioritize practices, really science-driven ways.
sure.
Yeah, hi, everyone. I'm Mark Erickson. I'm most of the members and welcome to the committee and look forward to working with you guys in the future here. So I do about 70% dams, acquiring grants to repair the dams and maintaining them. And 30% for non-developed mining the quarries and sand pits in the county. 22 dams. One's getting removed here. We're going to start the decommission of Mills Dam. So that'll be 21. And Sarah asked me to reference this map you guys have, and this kind of came from our county board meeting. But it basically shows, it's just zoomed in on central Vernon County where the dams are located, you know, so it doesn't show the western or eastern side much, but the watersheds are depicted in the different colors. You've got the blue, light blue color is West Fork of the Kickapoo watershed. The red or pinkish color is for the Bad Axe watershed. Then the top green portion is the southern portion of the Coon Creek watershed. The Coon Creek watershed extends into Monroe and the Cross Points to the north, as well as continue flowing down towards Stockton. So when we talk about the dam decommissioning the other day at the county board meeting, we talked about West Fork and Coon Creek being looked at right now. The Bad Axe is, it's not part of the study. Likely it will be discussed in the future, but not right now. So yeah, this just helps you to see the dams a little bit, and if you guys ever want to go look at one or something, you know, we can go to a couple of them. As far as the sand pits and quarries, got about 48 sites active right now in the county, 46. Been reclaiming over the years. I think since I started, we reclaimed about probably 8 of them. And right now I'm working with PNC Landscaping, I'm developing a new sand pit, as well as bike collecting. And there's always a few more that are contractors that are talking about it, but they yeah, that's about it. I guess just a real quick summary of what I do. If you have any questions, let me know.
Mark's a great example of, and I think the entire team of very professional, very good at meetings, at securing funding. I think every single one of these employees have paid for themselves many, many times over. And at the same, excellent boots on the ground, hands in the dirt. So we're fortunate that pretty much our entire staff has both of those skill sets of getting those physical things done, as well as planning and preparing and securing funding. And Casey Kirking is certainly an example of that. Helps plan and think through a whole lot of things that my mind would not be ahead of. So we're very fortunate to have Casey, and anything you'd like to share, sir?
Just dams, maintenance, mowing, equipment,
maintenance, operating.
I figured you'd undersell yourself, because really, Casey's ability to do forward thinking, really involvement, I would say, I'm not saying he does all of Nick's job, but a little bit, no, and, it greatly helps with the parks, greatly helps with the dams and the conservation work. Casey really, and he just has an incredible ability to think forward on a lot of these steps. And one of the smartest things this county's ever done was bought him a skid steer, because holy smokes, have we saved a lot of money and gotten a lot of work done by allowing him to. He also has a strong connection to the highway department. That's just allowed for a lot of teaming up and partnership. And Casey's just always thinking ahead on how we can save money, be efficient, and get a whole bunch of stuff done. And maybe, so Kenny is, they asked all of us to present at Sugar Creek camp, because I think because the sixth graders are out there. And we often do, and we usually do, but we had our committee meeting at this time. So Kenny, our technician, actually, because of the wage study, he's called a conservation specialist now. And this was Matt's former role that really does the surveying, design, permitting, construction oversight. In many ways, an extension of NRCS, working closely with NRCS through their programs to get the practices. A lot of what Coon Creek is referring to, and a lot of what we need to do for both soil erosion and flood mitigation are getting these practices on the ground. So Kenny is often an unsung hero. Have you ever met a nicer guy than Kenny? I don't think they exist. We stole them from Richland County with 27 years of experience, and we would keep rubbing that in their face, just because Vernon comes better. But we're very fortunate to have Kenny with his experience. He almost never needs to come before y'all to get permission. He just does his work. So we have to make sure that Kenny comes before you guys every now and then and gives a presentation, because whereas, a lot of these other staff are getting approvals for things, Kenny's just out there getting work done. So we're very, very fortunate to have Kenny, and this committee and Cassie and the county board have supported us in adding a brand new position. So that will be a second Kenny. That's not actual possible because there's only one Kenny. So it's the second conservation specialist, because we know there's just so much EQIP funding out there. There's so much need in the community. So adding an additional technician is a really big deal that we've been working on for a long time, and I'm happy to announce we have selected someone. His name is Matt Eddy, who I believe is going to do a very good job. I like that your eyes lit up.
I worked for Matt years ago.
I like that your eyes lit up. Matt Eddy worked under Doug Avalis for many years, and I think your guys' eyes will maybe light up to that, right? So he has on the ground farm experience and quite a bit of technical experience, with the modeling and with the design work and stuff. So I think he's going to be a really, really good fit to the team. It's a long time coming, and we're excited that we will now have two technicians for the first time since the priority watershed days of the 90s. It's a really big deal. And I think
the name?
Matt Eddy. Yep. On the ground experience, excellent experience, working with farmers and farming himself. And yeah, anyone that's worked for Doug for all that time, is probably going to do really well too. So I think that's a lot of the rest of our team. Sarah wanted to give a really big presentation about the work she does. I'm pretty sure.
I'm Sarah, and I do the financial, a lot of grant work, a lot of day-to-day office stuff.
So is that it? Because you're gonna undersell yourself too.
Brings a lot of candy to the meeting.
It is really hard to explain to people what Sarah does. It is not a secretary. It is not just an accounts person. I would argue she does at least 10% of every single one of these other
people's jobs, right? She needs to have a very high level of knowledge of the complicated programs of Nick, of Mark, of Sammer, of Marty, of myself, right? She has that knowledge, that awareness. Sarah, how many different funding sources do you think we have on a given year?
Probably about 35.
Probably managing 35 different funding sources in order to keep our departments together and the work we do. Really a pioneer of the youth education work, which I think Vernon County is known as a leader for. Pioneer of the tree sale program. I think Marty and the team get a ton of credit for what's happened with the parks. Sarah also gets a ton of credit for what's happened with the parks. I really can't emphasize enough how irreplaceable all of these people are. Maybe no one's irreplaceable, but I would argue they are, and really Sarah in particular. The level of knowledge she has with all of these programs is pretty off the charts. And I knew she would not sell herself, but I see the rest of my staff's head nodding because they do. I guarantee the rest of the staff absolutely realize how skilled Sarah is. And she hates every minute of this. I know she does. But she deserves and has earned this praise after so many years. And then Marty just sits back and lets everyone else make him look good, right? That's about it. Not at all. Marty, are we bleeding right into?
Now, we're going to, but we'll let Marty do his spiel last here, because he's on a separate edit. But I don't want to forget Matt over there. Matt kind of came under our tutelage as a tech, and he really did an excellent job for us. He was promoted to department head for zoning. Work well with Matt. He understands us, we understand him, and that makes for a real good circle of work getting done. I can't say enough things good about you, sir. You have enhanced us. So, with that, you can add to this, Ben. We're on the parks update. Marty, you can say your thing, and Ben, you can chime in there.
So yeah,
Marty's he's trained our parks.
Yeah,
in circles.
Committee over the years have been great. I've been here for 6 years now. Parks administrator for all the county parks. It's kind of a big animal. Grateful to have all these guys and girls. When I first started, I didn't know where I was or how to manage it all, but it's come together with all of us. It's a lot to take care of. We've done a lot of changes, campsites. I kind of just did some quick, hard to remember everything because we've added a lot of sites since I've been here. There's 32 sites at Sophia, 10 of which are full hookup and electric. There's 74 sites at Sidey Hollow. We've just added a few more, so that number might be a little bit more counting rustics. But there's a lot now that we take care of. We've added bunch of shower facilities, 2 shower facilities now. A new maintenance building that we're kind of wrapping up on. There's probably many other things. The docks at Blackhawk. We have a little section at Blackhawk, just north of the Army Corps of Engineer Blackhawk Park. That's all 11 seasonal sites, but we have 37 boat slips there. That has become, when I first started, it was a real nightmare to take care of that boat slip. Now it's good revenue, good thing for the community, for water access, and it's become a place that's not a nightmare anymore. So it's hard to wrap up everything in 6 years. I usually come to you guys every month with either an update or asking for something that we want to do as a project. So I try to keep you guys filled in as much as I can. More than willing, if you guys have time, you want to reach out to me, take you around, show you some of the things that we've done, some of the improvements. And then maybe sometimes it makes a little more sense when we ask for things. But
Every month you'll get one of these lovely things from him, and
yep, so it's revenue breakdown. So as far as the quick update on the parks, it's I don't know if you guys have questions for me. We're always trying to just enhance people coming to visit, make their stay better, make Vernon County more well-known, but also keep it a little bit of a secret. So yeah, that's kind of what we do. The whole department, everybody It's hard to talk, the project that we did on the Upper Ridge turned into way more than we thought it was ever gonna be. Turned out great. But with the help of everybody, we were able to get it done. So the winter helped out a lot. We were able to get a lot of work done this winter, but it's up and going. Only thing we're waiting on is a few things with the shower. But the new sites we added up there are opening this weekend. All the grass they be planted, which is about 5 acres-ish, give or take, is all coming up. It's been a great spring for that. So really excited about that. So that's kind of it in the broad world of the parks. But parks breakdown. Everybody usually likes this part. The money that came into the park so far this year, kind of gives you a rough breakdown. So far, at City Hollow, we're about comparatively to last year, and years prior, we're about $6,500 ahead and that's with no deposits yet in May. So that's pretty good, pretty positive. Good start to the spring, nice weather. So it's easy. Sometimes we don't have the water up and running until 1st of May if it's cold and frozen still. So this year we were able to start right away. We had some early campers before we open facilities. People still will come and camp. So that was really good. Sophia's up about $1,600 from years past. So that's really good. Trout fishing, been kind of a good thing. If you like to trout fish, might not be the best thing with more people around, but people are coming. So yeah, that's kind of a quick breakdown. Yeah, every month we'll bring this to you, show you the numbers of revenue that we're bringing in.
I think the opportunity to go on a tour, and Cassie, I know you just sent an email about going around facilities, which probably doesn't include parks. We'd be very happy to open up that opportunity, whether it's for the whole board or just the individuals. It's really hard to wrap your head around how much Marty and the team have done in the parks, and they won't stop taking on new projects. It's a little ridiculous. They just got done putting up the shops before they did. It's the upper Sidey. I mean, what it used to be is, I don't know, sketchy and a place for shady people to hang out. And I don't want to even talk about what was often left behind when those shady people left. So it's a really good example, the upper site of forestry working with parks to deal with oak wilt, to really make it safer, better for families, shower facility with good Wi-Fi, which maybe we all want things rustic, but especially in our parks, right? Wi-Fi allows communication during flooding events and ability, and so that was a big limitation, right? I mean, I know Monique was part of a wedding in Sidey Hollow that got flooded out once, and there was no way to get a message out there back at that time. So really, our parks have gotten much, much safer, and the revenue has increased. And did we announce that you did the dark skies work with the Friends of the Park?
Friends of did some new lighting. They did a bunch of light studies just for light pollution and going to dark skies. So any of the new lighting, so they did a bunch of work. Grateful to Dave Career and who was with him helping. They replaced some lights on our new shower buildings at Sidey or at Sophia. They were really bright, which you want, right, for safety, public. There's security cameras. They went in the at night and tested lighting to see which would still give us good security footage, but also knock down the lighting to not bother campers and also see the sky. So they did a bunch of work on that. I have all the info from it. So any of the lighting we do moving forward, new buildings, new anything, that'll be the lighting that we'll use. And they paid for the lighting for Sophia to upgrade all that. So it was a really nice project that I've heard about. It was on my radar. I just don't have time to get to something like that. So their support, them helping us was great. It was a great little thing that helps in the Friends of. So little things like that are always happening and going on. So yeah, there's always something going on. This time of year, it's nonstop. So I don't ever leave a day and say it's all done. So It'll be there tomorrow too, so. But little projects just to update everybody, the upstairs or, upstairs, the upper ridge and the middle, Sidey Hollow, main, we call it. Those floors were approved last fall. If hot, there's like floor epoxy on those now. Big complaint was always that, it's dirty, old concrete that's had 20 years of wear and tear. Even if you power wash it, it doesn't look great. Now they're epoxy and they clean up fast. Hose and a squeegee, they're done. So I think that when you open those doors now, it looks like the older building looks like a totally different building now. So, from that standpoint, that's all done. We had to wait a while on it. Floors were sweating a lot. We couldn't get the moisture out of them with the spring. So they were finally able to get in last week. So that means we have to go ahead now. Next week, we're gonna try to get in and paint all the walls in the newer building. A little bit of a process, I think, will be as a 2-part epoxy. Never done anything like it, so we're gonna try to do it in-house ourselves, save a little money. I think it'll turn out great. And then after that, it's plumbers, electric, and hopefully get them open in the next 3 weeks.
He glossed over that statement, but take it on ourselves to save money. Holy smokes, this team, the amount of, hanging the sheetrock, doing concrete themselves, like this team constantly takes on, I would argue, too much, but they're very, that's where their head's at. They want to save the money. They want to get the work done. You did secure a donation for some of the epoxy.
There is, yeah.
You've already secured a donation.
Kind of a catalyst for that was a camper that stays with us quite a bit for fishing. He offered to pay half of the middle, shallow building. So he's gonna pay half of that. I believe it was like $4,500. So he's gonna write us a check for half of that as a donation to the park. So he loves the facilities. He just knew that. He said, I think if we could get the floors redone, it would give it a whole new look, and it really does. So, so all the 4 new sites, that was a whole chunk request. Those are on the upper ridge, so it's part of that big process we did up there. But all the water is on now. The power is ready to go. So those are open as of this weekend for people to use. And the seed up there looks great. It was a lot of money we put down, a lot of time and effort. But we couldn't have had a better. So we're in good shape right there. So I think it's kind of trying to wrap these projects up, do all the little things through the summer that we need to, and have a good summer, hopefully. That's about it.
Party in the cruise. Saves me a lot in the parks.
Yeah.
I love the parks, whether I'm biking or driving through. I'm also on the West Beaver Oak bike trail. Went to that bathroom yesterday.
Yeah,
It is beyond disgusting.
yeah, that's
At the wayside.
Oh my God.
yeah.
Don't we pay somebody to clean that?
We do, we also
Well,
have to,
nobody's doing it. There's no,
Yeah.
I took pictures because it's way beyond like acceptable in my opinion.
yeah, and I'll call them right when we leave here to do that, so.
Thank you.
Sounds good, I will get on that.
Because Al, who does our maintenance with Lauren and stuff, he said he would be willing to do it
Yeah.
if he was paid.
Yeah,
So like that garbage can that sits right there, that was overflowing.
Okay.
Nobody's cleaned that at all this year.
okay, I'll go look at it.
Hey, Marty, wasn't that supposed to be like a project to get the screens?
It is.
Can we make
Contractor that we had fell through,
correct?
so I need to find somebody that can come do that, like, I would do it, but it would take me forever, and.
But is it maybe something we could pay Al to do? I mean,
We could if Al, or I could talk to Al
yes.
and maybe line up some Amish to do it or something, but yes, we had contractor and it fell through. With not being able to fit it in, so.
So like the screens are out.
Some of the ramps, some of the softening boards need to be replaced, yeah.
General repair,
Yeah.
maybe put that epoxy floor in there, like what you have. Has it ever been thought about even maybe putting campsites there just because of the location? I think it would get
It's been
you.
talked about as like a far off dream, but not.
I wanted to make an official statement. No new campsites until we increase capacity. I'm telling you, we can make, and we had this discussion at our staff meeting this week. We're done. Our capacity is so beyond, you know, and this is with Jersey Valley being, you know, right up right now. What this team has taken on is just, so sure, we're interested, but I want this committee to know and we have expanded, and we've been very successful. We have not added any capacity to the work that this team has.
I'm very aware of.
That was an official like decision that we just made at this last staff meeting. I have to be careful with this team. They always take on too much. You know, when we have the wayside was something we inherited, whether we wanted it or not, right? And there's other properties that we've inherited, whether we wanted. Our budget has been cut significantly from where it was 15 years ago, to be clear. In the parks, yes, we've increased our revenue. Bathrooms we increased the contract to increase more cleaning, and he keeps interns on it. That's a big rule for him. You don't walk past the bathroom without checking it.
I unplugged 3 toilets at the Sophia or and then the other day. Just because of how busy it is. I mean, you could literally have somebody all the time just drive around and check bathrooms and pay them to do that. That's all they would do. Because I mean,
But we could do that. We
Yeah.
talked about it before.
Yep.
Because that is like super important and that is a visual to the park that people rate how they like a park and it's about those restrooms.
Yeah.
So we have already increased it. I'm very open to the idea of a little supplemental agreement with Alan Berg, since he's out there anyways, for the wayside specifically, because he's out there anyways.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be more than willing to do that, and have that conversation.
Yeah, have that bring it on the agenda next time.
Yeah, obviously, what,
This problem, and we'll discuss it there.
Well, meanwhile, though, something's gonna happen because people.
He sent me a call right away.
Thank you, Marty.
yeah, I'll try to get a hold of Alan. He's not the easiest one either, but I'll keep trying. Or I'll go to his house or meet him for coffee in the morning, but.
I don't know why it is people seem to be, inclined to destroy our bathrooms, but this has been going on. Is the one up in the upper end of Jersey open now again?
That was, this committee actually chose not to fix it. It was Kevin Larson that said, we do not want to fix it.
Oh, you're talking about one peaceful.
Yeah.
Oh, the upper Peaceful Valley.
It should be open. If it's not, it was locked by accident by cleaners at one time. I can go check it again. I'll drive around this afternoon and check all the auxiliary bathrooms that are the campsite ones and all those, so.
One other question I have. Okay,
What?
how many steel rangers do we have in our parks areas?
The Iron Rangers are the little green things usually where you have required payments or voluntary payments. They're called Iron Rangers.
They were a big deal a few years ago.
No, I didn't know that was the name. I know what they
So
are.
Duck Egg has 2, upper and lower. Those are donation. Jersey Valley has 1, donations in the main parking lot. And then we use them as self-registration stations, but every once in a while we get a donation for trail use. And that's at the upper, the main, and the boat landing side. Those 6.
And then it's
Oh, Sophia, yeah, sorry.
Did you
Sophia has 1.
Black Hawk?
Being they,
Black Hawk has 1, but that's for boat slopes, boat launch.
being these things have, they were important to us 15 years ago. Some of the revenue we were getting. They've been a problem in the past. I'd like to know who's collecting the money from them, because it's 90% cash.
I do.
Okay,
Yep.
and
usually it's somebody with me.
And always counted with 2 people.
Yeah.
So
you never put anything down on your report as to what.
Everyone's a problem.
What their passion is?
Yeah, I mean, what are they bringing in? Is it nothing or is it
Well,
substantial amount?
sometimes we'll put the duck egg, you can have a bigger printout of like what we get from duck egg, that would be itemized. But
I
if it,
used to have it on the bottom, but we've surpassed 1 sheet. I can put it back on.
So the donation ones bring in roughly $200 to $300 a year.
Not much, at Duck Egg.
And, but Society and Sophia have camping and firewood and everything, so you have firewood and you have your camping and, but this doesn't, you want cash broke out?
Well, it's just nice to know if there is any money coming in these things and that, you know, what it might be.
I do just want to share the history with there was an issue.
Right, wasn't there?
Right before I was department head, there were rumors of a former parks caretaker taking money. Myself and the previous parks administrator kind of went on a Sunday night, emptied everything, counted it all. We both separately counted it all, put it back, and there was at least $300 missing the next morning, what they reported. Reason to believe that was occurring for approximately 20 years. As soon as I was not quite in charge, I dealt with it. And now it is very important to just have two people collect and two count count. We fully trust our staff, but with that precedent, it just makes a lot more sense. So I'm assuming that's a little bit of what we're getting back to. They know this history, and it was, I think the number is very, very, very large that was stolen from Vernon County before we addressed that individual. And so moving forward, it is important to be aware.
Also, just for your awareness, like out of this 46 that you see on here for Sidey Hollow, there was one cash deposit of maybe, I don't have this number off the top of my head, but like $1,000. So the large portion of it is online via credit card now.
Which it wasn't at that time, right? So that's an important point.
And I go around once, so it's usually like Thursdays or Fridays, depending on the work for me. Thursdays I try to do where I drive around and I track everything before people show up on Friday. That's when I'll usually go around with somebody, check bathrooms, do all that, and I'll pull money, and then we get it back. So every week when we're busy, those Iron Rangers are checked. So deposit, so there's reservation slips that go. So when you want to be a self-paid, show up whenever you want and camp, that's where it is. That's how people put their money in. We also have at Sophia, that's where people put their firewood money in. It's usually labeled firewood. Lady Hollow has 2 boxes that are for firewood that are by the firewood cages. That's all collected at the same time. The Sophia and Sidey Hollow are collected individual, so there's bags that it goes in that are individual and separated. And then firewood is separate of all that. So if we try to keep it all, and that would be our cash for the week. So if you would look at her cash, her deposit would be cash deposits. That would be what's coming out of those clean ranges.
Sarah, would you say 75 to 80% less cash that we deal with, or even higher than that maybe than we used to? So going online has greatly changed a lot of this. Yeah, for years it'd be like, I don't want to name his name. I kind of do want to name his name, but it would be like, oh, we just hand them the cash every time. They wouldn't even put it in an envelope. He had people trained to just hand them the cash. And like, actually, I got that call last Thursday, like, is he still down there? Do I just hand him the cash? It was pretty bad. And the moment I could address it, I addressed it. And going online has, it's changed everything.
It's huge. And as soon as I get the cash, it's not, I drive around the rest of the day. It's getting the money, getting it back out of my hands to the office. Looking it counted, and it's out of my hand.
Well, that's good to know. I'm just, curious. I don't like to think that we are just letting anybody collect the money like we were,
Exactly.
And I just wanted to know that. Vernon County's had a little history of money disappearing lately, and there's no sense in making it easy for people. I'm glad to hear you're handling it, Marty. I just didn't know. So.
Well, it's actually to protect you.
No, I get it. Yeah, I get it.
So I guess I would like to see that on. Yeah, that's fine. And I'm glad you're having 2 people. Petty cash is the easiest thing.
Right.
I agree.
To do.
Absolutely.
And so to protect you, I think we need to have.
I mean, personally, it's part of the job. Somebody has to do it, but
Right.
I feel like driving around and getting the money, sometimes I don't not the most comfortable thing, you know, especially knowing the history and knowing all that, it's like, that's why I get it, and it's that. It's the way I've done it since the beginning. So,
I'm glad we had this discussion. I hope you hear that we take it very seriously, knowing the history of it.
Oh, for sure. I mean, schools are the same way. Activity funds.
Yeah.
So easy to just really keep.
Yeah.
So you always have two people counting.
Right.
Put it in there and get it out of your hands.
Yep.
Any other questions here?
Just a comment in closing.
We're not closing it then.
Motion to adjourn.
This is my second generation land and water. I remember Ben when he was just a boy. And holy smokes, they carried me through many decades. Sarah saved my township and me some serious litigation 2 years ago, dealing with a Fortune 500 company on a quarry expansion. It was a simple thing to her, but she backed up some of our zoning ordinances from 15 years ago. And 2 paragraphs kept us out of the mud. So this department, I've worked with many of them, and some just in passing, but they are a very exemplary group. And I'm glad I live in Vernon County. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, David.
Any other questions here for the staff? I'm gonna make one in closing. This group here knows so well how to work with each other. They all have department head names. I mean, one's the forester, one's the parks guy and so forth. But they know how to help each other out. That's what makes the whole department successful. And it's been ongoing for several years already that way, and I'm very proud of that. So continue, please. Okay, with that said, we'll move on to item 17, which is dams EIS preferred alternative resolution.
Great. Mark and I can talk a little bit. So we do not have the resolution today. Plan to just keep it on the agenda next month. I believe it will be here and ready to pass and in time for the county board. Really trying to work with Cross County and Monroe County to have very similar resolution language, because all 3 counties are the local sponsor for this. Vernon having the majority of the dams, but you know, Monroe's decommissioning quite a bit as well, and La Crosse is involved. We have great working partnerships with La Crosse and Monroe, so we will have that resolution next month. I know we're not usually, I'm not gonna try to address too much the comments from Coon Creek, except for Carolyn, Nancy, and Eric. I hope you all have my number. Please reach out to me. I do feel like some of the comments that I've heard I basically agree with, but are slightly misguided. Like it's I'm afraid we're talking past each other just a little bit. And I do take issue anytime you villainize, maybe that's not your intention, but villainizing NRCS, because holy smokes are we lucky to have Justin. And whatever you think of Steve Becker, if we didn't have him, we would be in very, very rough shape. And I don't like hearing we're doing nothing, and maybe that's not directed at us. I sure hope that's not directed at Justin, but that is how it feels. Because, you know, we're adding technicians, we've added the watershed planner. We just know there's better funding sources than this program that's decommissioning the dams. But nothing that Nancy, Carolyn, or Eric said was wrong. I do believe is slightly misguided, that no one is trying to quiet Coon Creek in any way. And hopefully you see either Sammer or myself at the vast majority of your meetings. And we're there for you, and we're there to talk to you. Could we use a ton more resources and get this done a lot faster? Yes. And I really do feel you're there to support us. I want to make sure that that we are in fact doing that together, and we're not speaking past each other. And Justin Olson is God's gift to district conservationists, and that I'll end with that statement on that. As far as the environmental but I mean it. as far as the environmental impact statement goes, it is officially recorded, I believe, the final stage, and, I feel like the county board and this committee has received a pretty good description of the preferred alternative. Decommissioning all of the Vernon County dams in the Coon Creek watershed and the west fork of the Kickapoo, with the exception of Jersey Valley. So that is still the preferred alternative. That is still, and if you don't want us to bring forward that resolution, maybe let us know that today. Otherwise, my intention is to, again, with Monroe and lacrosse counties, bring forward that resolution to support the preferred alternative, which I hope our very important friends and partners with the watershed groups know. None of this is to try to not hear you, and none of this is to say, we're not gonna keep working our heinies off to do all the conservation work we possibly can in these watersheds, with or without the dams, but now it's with the presumption of no dams. And that's our effort, and I know absolutely Justin is committed to helping to do the land use practices that we can to really reduce flood mitigation, but I understand it doesn't always feel like it happens fast enough, and I definitely hear and feel that. Okay, Mark, what did I forget?
I just have one question, but somebody brought it up. Maybe it was good. What would happen if you did not do just the B, but you did take that whole dam out? Tell me about that, because I don't know anything about that.
I think that is good, and I think Mark would do a better job than I would at this. So Mark, I don't think you were quite here when some of the concern brought up by our friends with Coon Creek watershed. I think the perception is it's just a tiny little notch and a tiny little V they're putting in the dam. Can you maybe help balance what you think that will actually look like? Maybe describing the valley and the notch.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a little bit of misconception. You know, when you look at the dam site, you're gonna, once we're done removing it, you know there's somewhere above the dam there, but our intention is to blend it back into the natural valley site. So that means taking that fill out and yes, the V technically has, the notch has to be there, it has to pass the 100-year flood. I think in most cases, we're gonna exceed that in excavating the notch out and kind of blend it back to a natural valley site. The more we take out, we can always take out more if we choose to, the higher the construction or deconstruction will be. And that might be a question we have to proceed too. You know, we mentioned individual site designs as we get into this, but we're gonna talk with each individual and we're gonna try to incorporate some of those things as we go above and beyond that minimum requirement. Question is what then does our cost do, and what does the federal government still cost share at every? So I think we're getting into those specifics. We'll get there with an individual design structure.
Because there is no design, right? We're not at that phase yet. This has to be approved before the design even begins. I understand, and Mark means it when he says work with each landowner. It will be him, right, administering the contract depending on who receives the bid. But these are local contractors. There are absolutely opportunities. Some of these landowners might want some of that fill here and there. So I know that the minimum requirement is the V, the notch. But really, we're gonna get as much of that material out of the valleys as we possibly can. You know, is a goal, but there is no design. There is no, accepted bid with a contractor, which those things are a ways out. But I do trust that Mark and Casey and the team are absolutely going to work to pull as much of that material out as possible, with minimizing greatly limiting costs to Vernon County and maximizing the federal and state funds we can to get that work done.
I thought that it was almost like the notch of this V, the notch, the base of it was still pretty colored. That's not, we're getting down to the original map.
And then is the cut proportional to the acreage that flows in, I'm assuming?
Yes.
So it's not drainage, taking like, we're taking a 25-yard cutout, it's like the size of the dam, the size of the drainage. There's thought to it.
I just know hydraulically, they want to run the models and, pass it under, through. It said like an angle of safe proposed or something too, so it's not gonna be, it's like very steep, but at least 3-to-1 slopes.
Well, then I think that would probably help calm some fears. Talking about what that looks like, because in my head, I was visioning the dam's pretty much still there with a big V. I guess maybe like how Yittry Primer looked for a while.
Yeah, which was not.
That was just that was like an elevated, I dropped elevated spillway, temporary spillway through that dam.
Right.
And it was still a large portion of the dam below that.
Correct. But it's not.
Not at all like that.
We're talking.
So that's what you think, because that's what you've seen.
Yeah, I have a question up there from Carolyn, but we're not taking comments, off here other than committee and staff, so.
Again,
I'm drawing under, audience to visitors, this comments.
strongly encouraging Carolyn, Nancy, Eric, any of you, just please contact me. If there's any, we try to give as many presentations as we can, we're trying to get that information out there. And I sure hope the Coon Creek watershed knows that I'm approachable and available to them, for some of these questions.
I have a question for Mark. We're trying to think of things to do with this water when it comes and try to slow it down as it's going down. Has there been any study done about, especially like for towns like Coon Valley? They ever done any studies about dikes or berms to try to keep the water contained and out of the towns? I don't know.
I don't think that was specifically part of the Westport and Boone Creek study, no. Certainly one example that was being done, like Richard Center Dike project was an NRCS project or SCS project. Pretty major project about 50 years ago, 40 years ago. It is a possibility, but it was part of the study. Perhaps we could request a little bit of maybe a thought on that.
Well, it wouldn't probably be appropriate everywhere, but in some areas, where you could save a lot of buildings by just keeping that water contained somewhat. The only problem with dikes and berms are once it goes over, then you gotta twice as make a mess sometimes, so I don't.
Yeah, now we're at a point where, with floodplain restrictions and stuff, we'd be essentially making flooding worse for neighbors by letting it channel right around the towns. Yeah, you get it around the town, but then what happens upstream, downstream? Matt that's part of his day-to-day activity is dealing with those rules, so I don't know if you wanted to chime in on it or.
It's not on the table. I haven't seen anything on it, so I can't really comment. It's just an idea that's getting thrown out.
I guess as long as we're sending it down to Richland or Crawford, it's okay, but
Yeah.
just kidding about our neighbors. Those things can be explored. I really love Coon Creek's philosophy of make running water walk. It's a great slogan, and I think it's excellent for us to, water all the way is on the landscapes, right? We haven't seen the amount of terraces that used to occur, and those can work very well. Swales, berms, buffers. I do believe we're basically cranking out as many farm ponds as we can. Kenny's putting in like 5, 6 a year. It's hard to expect one technician to put in more than that. But we need a lot of them. But we're continuing down that path. These different landscape practices as well as farming practices that really do make a difference. There's a lot of land out there and a lot of individual landowner choices. So it takes time and it takes staff to kind of hold your hand, work through those programs and get those things established. Even if you guys gave us 5 more technicians, it would take quite a while.
So what education were you doing? Was it publicly, noticed? I haven't seen anything. That's why I just wanted to know when and where you guys are doing education at.
So every one of these meetings is publicly noticed and available. The county board is publicly noticed and available. Through the plan EIS process, there were a number of, meetings. When was the last one?
Oh,
About 6 months.
I was just asking because it made it sound like you were going out to different locations and I hadn't seen any information. So I just didn't know if I missed something and I was trying to understand.
All of those which are publicly noticed, and then basically we're hanging out with the watershed groups monthly. And there for discussion and there for updates. Sam or myself are usually both of us. Kenny also.
Would that be something that you could send out emails to the committee about, or any of us that live in those areas that we could maybe attend? Just a notice of when they meet, because I don't know if I know when they all meet.
Sure, so for those, I would encourage you to get on their watershed group lists. But I can help get you on Bad Axe and Coon Creeks. They're the ones that are most active right now with meetings. And yeah, everyone's welcome to join those meetings.
I commented at the last county board meeting that I represented the town of Christiana for 43 years on the board. And I got 7 dams. What little popularity I used to have is dwindling rapidly because the people that own the property, they know about it. It's all these folks downstream they're lacking the education. My farm drains into 2 of these dams and they seem to be in pretty damn good condition. So I'm really struggling with what to do going forward. Realize all the scenarios that you've given us and they're all good. But I also, at the last county board meeting, I challenged you with the newspaper clipping from the Western Times when the dams are going in, and I remember when they went in 60 years ago to save lives and property. And we're not filling in that paragraph to my satisfaction with anything substantial right now. I'd sure like to see a real forceful statement that here's what we're going to do before we decommission the dams to protect the property. 5 of these are within a mile of the Snowflake ski clubs, so most of you can identify with that. We've had flooding in the upper part, but it's really stemming over in the last 60 years. It's a dilemma that I'm currently trying to figure out how to proceed.
I agree with the word dilemma for sure. Voluntary is part of our challenge, right? We have intentions, we have goals, and I think there is value in laying them out more specifically. They've compared some of the number of small dams that would be helpful, but there's no way to engineer your way out of a 14-inch rain event in 12 hours, right? And none of the studies are going to look at the rain events that we've had. They just won't, because you can't engineer your way out of those events. You can mitigate them.
And we're still at risk. What happened to Warren's tonight before last? They got 4 inches of rain.
Right.
That train stopped. And that 4 inches is what does a lot of damage as well.
4 inches in a short amount of time. Yes. Make running water walk. Excuse me, get as many of these practices on the landscape as we possibly can. But I'd be lying to you if I said we could stop flooding with the rain events that we've had. It really is just mitigation. They've looked at all these small ponds, but it helps at about 100-year flood event, maybe. Not more than that. There's no way to design something to have, what's that? Or for the 25 and 50s, really.
Well, it's like since 2007, this little township of ours has received over $3 million from FEMA reimbursement for pulling our roads back, plastering them back in the hills, and then have them wash away again. But we keep pulling them back. In 2007, that was at 22 inches in 24 hours, which nobody can, there's nothing you can do to protect against that. So yeah, you're right. It's a dilemma. It's a word that we should capitalize.
The goal is to mitigate and to be realistic with ourselves. I would say part of the problem that occurred in Coon Creek though, right? Or in Coon Valley was the breach.
Mhm.
And that's the trade-off with the breach, especially if you have series, of dams breach that all lead to the same point eventually, is more catastrophic than not having the dams.
So that, yeah, that's what I really wanna stress. If I picked up anything from the dam conversation is that geologically, the space is not suited to it. The hillsides will erode out. The size is insufficient and they are expired. Their age is, no longer adequate. And what makes me uncomfortable is that it's not a question of if they go, it's when they go. And it's not a question of if we lose people, it's who we lose when that happens. So that's where I think we really need to be informing people on is that these are going to go. It might be in 2 years or in 20 years, but when they go, it's going to be really bad.
Excellent point.
Very, very well concise. The other thing is that it's just kind of the truth of the fact that Vernon County can't own and operate dams alone. We don't have the financial resources to do so without Uncle Sam backing these structures up. We can't take that financial burden.
Yeah, I'm not taking questions. Oh, sorry, the.
County board.
Board members can speak.
Okay, I'm sorry, yeah, you're a county board member. Actually, yeah.
So I don't think, I'm gonna echo what people said. I don't think anybody's here to argue keep the dams, right? Like that's just not a practical solution. I also don't think anybody, public comments committee members, is suggesting that the folks on staff in this room, NRCS staff, are not doing their jobs or are not excelling at their jobs, frankly. I think that there are just still a number of concerns. Some of them have been raised today. I've had emails from folks saying Highway 56 near the Liberty Bar where I live is now going to be flooded in a 50-year event rather than a 100-year event. That's like a primary thoroughfare. It's a huge safety issue if that road is impassable. You can run down a laundry list of concerns, drought barriers being gone between Brook and Brown, those sorts of things, not to mention the very real concerns about life and loss of property. And I think what folks are asking for, and I'm gonna have to defer to others' expertise on the appropriate vehicle for this, or the appropriate agencies to get involved, I don't know that, but we've got a plan for taking the dams out, decommissioning the dams. That seems to be like pretty well developed. What there doesn't seem to be in place is a step-by-step articulation of what happens after that. And again, I hear you, Ben, like I fully believe that you and your folks will be working your damnedest to do what you can. And, like more staff would equal more work and all of those things, but there's not, what I don't see yet is, and what I think people are asking for is more of a comprehensive look at that. There are 3 counties involved in this. It shouldn't be up to an individual county's land and water department to pick up the pieces after these dams are gone. Despite your best efforts, that's not going to be enough. And so people are just asking like, yeah, but what are we going to do? And I think the watershed groups, other community partners would love to be involved in that planning. And again, this is not any impeachment of your efforts or your work thus far. I just think there's still more to be done before we say, yes, take the dams out.
I really have been working with people in my life to not use the word no. You said yes, but I prefer yes and. Most of the time when people say no, we should be saying yes and. Because it is yes and. This program went a decade without being funded.
Mm-hmm.
We're very lucky on this timing. Delaying this is foolish. Period. delaying our chance at this funding is foolish. We can, and I'm not saying you're trying to, but saying NRCS, you're not doing enough, or which I do believe that was said.
NRCS, not Justin. Right, there's a difference.
He feels it.
Not taking.
He feels it.
Well, he represents NRA.
And so does Steve Becker, and so, but
Yeah.
like, how much of a plan can you actually? When you're talking voluntary compliance, you're talking this is our staff, even, so. I believe I was a very significant part in forming each of these watershed groups. I was there at the beginning, it was Nancy and I meeting together, in 2019. And then following up before these groups. So to be clear, that's part of the effort, is building that capacity, right? Now, they have more of a voice, more of a forum. So I worked hard with those, that even so that group existed. Sammer, the watershed planner, did not exist. And now he does. Where he's out there starting, it's a lot of work to do this modeling. So we really can prioritize our biggest bang for our buck. So that's where our plan comes from. The more, and so we're hoping our watershed groups help get the word out more. I don't know if I've ever really turned down a meeting except for Ole Yitri is usually like, hey, we're having a towns meeting tomorrow night. I'm like, Ole, you gotta give me more heads up than that. Otherwise, we absolutely are looking and open to any opportunities. This is very hard to get the public messaging out there. Isn't it funny what we saw with our comprehensive planning process too? It doesn't matter how hard you work, there's only a certain amount of public engagement. People have definitely turned down a lot of opportunities to come to some of these meetings and get informed.
I just worry once we commit to the preferred alternative, which I think everybody agrees is the appropriate choice, that now we're left holding the bag, and we don't have that leverage in the federal agencies, the state agencies to say, here's what we need. If we're, the feds came in and helped plan the dams. That was a huge coordinated project, right? Where is that similar analogous effort now in the removal of the dams?
Well, I don't know if you have any.
Leverage?
Yeah. I mean, they're offering this to us to take them out because they're not gonna back us.
Understood.
And if we start saying, we won't take your money unless you do this, and that, they're gonna say, we don't have to give you any money.
Yeah, I'm not talking about open meetings.
Yeah, I don't think that.
I don't think.
What do you mean by leverage?
But you gotta visualize this, take them out. If there is problems, the plan probably will get tweaked to, there's programs that are gonna come down the road that we haven't thought about yet.
Which is how we've learned to survive, and Will has seen us survive that way. I mean, with a little bit of Field of Dreams.
It is, but when the problems come, people invent ways to solve it. And maybe that's what it'll take.
It's just scary to be, reactive position rather than proactive position with something this significant. And I'm not impeaching any of the work you've done before. It's a concern, and I'm not, I'm just echoing what
I come from a time when there was no dams, and so does he, and so does he. And we all lived here too in Vernon County. My family's been here 155 years. And we existed without. Not that it was nice, but it was something we thought was really gonna improve. Well, now the time what we improved seems like it's expiring. And something new is gonna take its place. We're not sure what it is. We're not sure how it's gonna work, but I'm sure we'll solve it, but what it is, I don't know what it takes to put all down there and to get little landowners involved. On my farms, I've got 3 small dams that we put in. Very, very efficient. It helped a lot of things. But to get people involved nowadays takes more money. These dams went up in value and they're still 70% cost shared, aren't they?
Yeah.
Well, it takes a little more money to make it go. And I can tell you, a lot of the people that own land nowadays aren't interested in dams. They just aren't. And if you're a farmer, you actually don't have any more money to invest in that like they used to. It's just something that's kind of, that conservation money has kind of left us there for a while. It might be coming back again with these watersheds. We're hoping that's where this is all taking us, but we gotta get all the people involved, and I don't think we've got them all involved yet. We've got a lot of them.
Yeah.
But we haven't got them all, the landowners, people. And that's what you want.
I guess I don't know what to do except for more of the same and better. More engagement with the watershed groups, which we absolutely try to do, and we're excited about them. More engagement with the landowners. More modeling, including what Sammer's doing, but we're working with Thriving Earth, a team of free scientists. We work with Eric Booth and the UW, and so we have this capacity. We're gathering the science and building the capacity, trying to share the word and get the word out there. The county has supported us in increasing our staff and our capacity. How many staff can you, even if you handed me 5 at a time, holy smokes, right? Like, if we can keep adding a new technician, I will make another plug of Phil Hewitt and our department sharing an engineer. I think would be a very, very good idea. That Phil has plans on how to help pay for some of it, and I have plans on how to pay for some of that. Having an engineer on staff would help accelerate all of us. Those are just examples. It's more of the same. And then essentially NRCS money is, for all intents and purposes, unlimited. I know that's not, you don't use that word. I can say whatever I want. It essentially is through EQIP.
Yeah.
So for us to keep focusing on the money that comes from the watershed program that's going to the PL 566 dams, it's just, a square peg into a round hole compared to EQIP and CSP really are better programs, but it's voluntary. We're not like, taking over people's properties and forcing these practices. And have you ever seen a 25-year-old farm dam that people stop taking care of? It's really tough. How do we make people mow it and cut off the box elders and make sure it's not filling up with sediment? Very difficult, right? Because it's a voluntary program. So it is a continuation of education, outreach. We absolutely need the watershed group. And I appreciate your words that you can't just say one county conservationist in one out of the 3 counties can handle it all. I absolutely appreciate those words. I agree. Those are helpful words. It is building capacity, and it will take the whole community to build as much resilience as possible.
And I think one of the comforting things here is we're still working together with a couple other counties on this EIS statement. And I mean, that's a lot of people working together. And if, something isn't right here, I'm sure it will change.
Yeah.
There's going to be.
Our office is also, committed to coming together and doing everything within our means to try and get more of this, upland management on the ground. Like Ben said, it's voluntary, and that's the challenge behind it all. But, as organizations come together, as watershed groups come together and are able to extend our outreach, because I'm an office of a few, but working with many, we can get the word out there and hopefully bring the community together, bring the group of landowners, the right landowners that need the practices. And I think with Sammer's help in modeling, trying to target, being proactive in targeting where the best bang for the buck is in terms of how we can slow the water down, we're going to be doing it. It is a process.
We just hired another tech. That's going the right direction. To handle that much more work. I mean, Kenny handles a lot, but he'll double that work if it works right. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I think what
the general population wants is a one-to-one equivalent. The dams are going out, what are we putting in place? And the reality is we can't do that. I mean, what, we have 20-some dams, that's 20-some landowners. We have thousands of acres of land, and we need all of those landowners to come on board with things, and we don't have the ability to just step in. Like, we can't provide an equivalent plan for the county, and that's unfortunate. We can encourage people and help facilitate, but we can't come up with a one-to-one replacement for the dams. That's just not something we have the ability to do. It's hard to say that, you know?
It's another excellent summary from you, though. Both of your statements have been excellent summaries.
We've, talked about this for a number of minutes.
Well, as a person who lives below two of these dams that are both coming out, I think everybody is in a panic thinking that the end of the world is coming if these dams come out. It's gonna be a wait and see. The main thing is we don't get another 1,000-year flood like the 20-some inches. I mean, that's only happened a couple times in my lifetime. Hopefully it doesn't happen again for a long time. It could be tomorrow, it could be tonight. But when these dams come out, I don't foresee the danger being a whole lot greater than the dam that's above. And if we can slow the water some ways, I think there are a lot of things that can be done. I just wanted to say, I'm not afraid of these dams going out. I just don't see that that's gonna be this panic situation. Maybe I'm wrong. I've been wrong about a lot of things. So, but hopefully we don't get any big flood events. These dams being gone aren't gonna make a whole big difference, but I guess it'll be a wait and see.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Frank, what you said before is the breach was the scariest part.
Yeah,
It's the
absolutely.
breach that
Absolutely,
had,
which we lived through already, you know, on the mills my day.
more catastrophic.
I have one question on the other end of the spectrum. We're gonna replace Jersey. The banks aren't conducive because of their sandstone.
They will be building it different and not abutting it in the same way. I don't know if you have anything you want to say to the design of Jersey will be different, and they've learned in the last 40 years or whatever, how to do it different.
I was down there yesterday and there were two fellows in a rowboat, you know, they're still pretending that it's a huge recreational area, it's a little puddle.
Yeah, which we'll probably have on the next agenda as well.
I'm gonna take one comment from Monique up there. Monique, are you with us?
I sure am. Thank you, everyone. Monique Hossman, Land Information Officer. In this discussion, I just want to make sure to encourage consideration of a formal commitment for updating the floodplain maps if we haven't already received it. I know that in the plan, it states that once the dams are decommissioned, quote, the floodplain maps will no longer be accurate. Because we use those in our office and provide those out to the public on the web GIS map, Matt Albright, his office, zoning administration, uses those maps. I'm wondering if there has been any like a formal commitment in the planned EIS draft for updating those floodplain maps.
Yes,
Thank
as
you.
we discussed at the last county board meeting, there's a $500,000 commitment from NRCS to go towards that.
It was 300,000.
One watershed and 200 for, 300,000 for West Fork, 200,000 for Coon Creek watershed.
Thanks.
Question, Monique?
It does. I just didn't see it in the planned EIS, and perhaps I missed it being included in the plan itself.
Okay. We spent quite a bit of time on this. It'll be on the agenda next time.
That's great though. And that's it. Hopefully this is helpful to inform because we probably are most likely looking for an actual resolution next month. So I'm glad we were able to have more of the discussion and.
Well, there'll be some thought now. You should.
Can I say one more thing before we wrap it up? Just one more thing. Sorry, I don't want to end on a negative comment from me about us not being able to do something. I think that most of us can agree that the solution is keeping the water where it lands, and that means grasslands and encouraging grazing.
However, that's less of a policy thing and more of a cultural and education thing. So I think if this committee and the county and the board, with Ben and Justin and everybody that's involved in the education of that style of agriculture, that is something that as a county we could proactively do. It's just not like a implement this plan specifically that we're going to undertake that I think.
Good, Daniel, I just want to support that, working with the UW, there's strong evidence. That's one of the best land uses, which are still economically viable, but we turn our land into a sponge instead of concrete, right? Justin has added another grazing specialist, and both Casey and Sammer have completed or have mostly completed training on doing certified managed grazing plans as well. So I agree, and we are working to just increase capacity on that specific topic as well. And thank you for that point.
You know, that's a good point, and I really agree with you, but the problem is, it's all about money.
Mhm.
And if a farmer can make X amount of dollars off of soybeans and corn, not gonna turn his land back into grass and make a sponge out of it unless there's money in it.
But there is, isn't there? I mean, that's where all these federal funds are coming.
There's some good economic models. We've had some presentations and can continue to have, you know, Jim Munch has done a lot of the work of the financials and our friends at UW. It's not for everyone, and we can't expect everyone to convert to grazing. But it can be very economically viable, and we want as much capacity as possible to encourage the folks who do want to, particularly converting cropland to
It's cultural.
good managed grazing.
Right, it's cultural. We're a corn and soybean area and we need to, it's gonna take a lot of years and it's gonna take a lot of education and a lot of input from people. And that's nothing wrong with corn and soybeans, but it's gonna require a shift in how we do things. And frankly, making up for the loss of the dairy industry, where we no longer have grazing cattle, you're gonna gotta find another way to make it happen.
Well, the emphasis is on a lot of years. This is.
Yes,
The
we don't
time
have to
frame
make it
here is not going to be quick. And,
Did they not model the whole watershed in grass? Yeah, so I just wanted to comment that it's not just the ag industry. You gotta look at it as a whole. It's the work Nick's doing. You know, you gotta look at sustainable forest management. You gotta look at what homeowners can do. You gotta look at the whole ball of wax. You can't just go, it's all on agriculture. And I think that's,
Well, and that's what I alluded to, that this crosses over in a big arching, because there is funds in that grassland 2.0 that Monique was a part of, and
They haven't provided a lot of funding, but they are working.
they're working on it, and it's also part of an NRC, there's funds that we learned about last summer. It becomes a bottleneck of having enough people to work with people. And I think if there's an area that we can add, it would be a technician, again, to help get this out there. Because there is funds available and there is education available. And we need to move to that. And yes, you are correct, can't make somebody, but you only know what you know until you learn something new and see the benefit. And I always come back to that. You don't know, and it's different if you haven't tried to learn something. And it's hard to get out to all these places, but we have, like, we've got Carol on here, we have Nancy on here, we have Eric here, we have our watershed groups. They want to help. They want to help. But how do we integrate their help into our plan is my question. Because each of us supervisors have people that are calling us. And this is going to be a lot different than the landfill. This is different because it affects such a great amount of personal property and land. And they are calling and they just want input into that plan and help get this out.
Hopefully this discussion helps a little bit as far as, hey, we're taking the dams out, we're not doing anything. Well, we've increased our watershed planning, we've increased our capacity. It's not just a simple notch, we're fanning it out a lot more. We do have some funding available for remapping afterwards. We are increasing technician capacity. We have an extremely supportive NRCS who's also increased their capacity to address these things, so.
And I think there's your obligation, Mary, is to inform those people they should be contacting people, then, and Justin, and go over and visit with them and see what's available for you as an individual, for your part of the picture. So it's gonna require these people to sit down and do some learning too, or some adaptation to this programs. And that's just, all this is just coming full steam ahead of us, but we just don't quite have a handle on all of it. But we're going, we're gonna try our best.
Yeah, and Nathaniel's solution or summary was it's not gonna be a one-to-one. I never worded it that way, and I appreciate how you worded that, because I think that being at the forefront it's the brutal honesty. Doesn't mean we're doing nothing, but to expect an exact one-to-one replacement for 22 PL 566 dam structures is also not a thing. It's just not possible, but it doesn't mean we're doing nothing. I think we blended right through the watershed update.
Yeah, I think so
Moved
too.
right through the watershed update. When you're ready.
We're about out of candy.
Yeah. We're getting close here. The M&Ms is pretty light. Anything else here yet? Quick, no, just.
I do have some announcements. Are we on?
Yeah, no, we haven't quite moved there yet. I'm just want to make sure that everybody's feeling complete here before, this will come up again next month. So keep your thoughts or visit with them and Justin or whoever there that you're concerned with. Okay, item 19, is reports from committee members and announcements. Now, Sarah, you want to go there?
Well, I'll just start with,
I'm sorry.
we have more meetings than normal coming up, specifically for our committee, if you're available. So June 4th is a kind of a big date here, and Sarah will need,
I did send them all an email just while we were
Yep.
here, so they.
I didn't get it.
and she will need an RSVP, but this is unique. So DATCAP, Department of Ag Trade and Consumer Protection, where a very significant amount of our funding comes from. Every 5 years, we're required to update our land and water resource management plan, absolute requirement. So it's time, it's happening. And they've switched to like, oh, remember that was the last time you and Kevin and I went
Yes.
to Madison, so that must have been 5 years ago.
Must have.
They now just do virtual, and they don't want you to come to Madison, but they want to go on one field trip every year. They want to come here to Vernon County for our field trip. So on June 4th, 9:30, beginning in this room. And we're posting that as a committee meeting?
They're posting it as a DATCAP board meeting.
Yeah, but we have to be careful for our own forum.
I mean, I guess once people RSVP.
If we have a forum, we'll have to, so do you want, I know we should all set a date on when to let you know by, because if we have a forum, we must have it posted for
Yeah.
sure. But we'd like y'all to be here.
Is it only open to committee members?
The lunch part is only open to committee members, but I think the meeting would be open beyond that.
I would think.
Yeah, we always want you to wait when you're able to come.
9:30. How long does this take?
So it will be a tour, so the meeting will be here, it'll be hopefully relatively brief between us presenting our land and water plan and then Chippewa County also, because they usually do at least 2 counties every time they do approval. So we don't anticipate that shouldn't go past 11. Then, especially if you RSVP, we've arranged to do lunch at the Driftless Cafe, kind of a unique experience for our out-of-town visitors. That we do have available to cover lunch for our staff and our committee, whoever wants to attend. And then we plan to do a tour of one of these farm ponds that were recently installed and some work at Sidey Hollow that has occurred, and I think we're gonna, up Mark left, we're probably gonna hit Sidey Hollow, Yitchery Primer Dam, the one by Sheldon's, and then, near there, go to a recently installed farm pond to just kind of show, here's the parks, here's our big dams, here's our small dams, right? As far as trying to pack in a lot in a short amount of time for that tour, and even if you can only join in the morning and part of it, or join for the whole thing. I don't think we're arranging vehicles or anything, it's really, we'll try our best to carpool and everything, but
can have.
yeah, we can have several vehicles to help carpool folks, so. So that is June 4th, 9:30. Please RSVP to Sarah, and we will have to really talk about posted meeting or not posted meeting for a quorum. And then June 18th, also pretty important. At least for Mary and Nathaniel, but certainly everyone can come. That is the Wisconsin Land and, I think David should come too if he's available.
Sure.
It's the Wisconsin Land and Water Western Area Meeting. So that's our statewide organization, and this is the regional part. I think I'm president and you're vice president, and you represent us at the state currently. So this is in Sparta, June 18th. And they need an RSVP, but we can do that through Sarah. RSVP by June 11th, but earlier is kinder.
So this is the email that you guys already got.
Yep.
Two of you, Mary and Nathaniel, have already RSVP'd. So this.
Monroe County Board, June 18th, 9:30 to 1:30. And they're also gonna have a presentation kind of like, this is what Land and Water is, kind of statewide from our state organization as well. So kind of helps give you a sense of the responsibility. It's from 9:30 until 1:30. June 18th. And lunch will be included with an RSVP on that. And Cassie, you're very welcome to attend.
I believe.
Oh, so
So Will can't go either.
Cassie said no.
I
heard that. He just looked you right in the eye and said, you can't go. Will's not invited.
Right on the line.
Ben, is this the same room where the climate thing?
Yes,
meeting
it is. Yes.
Did I miss something on 17 where it says action item on the end of?
It wasn't ready yet.
The resolution wasn't.
I did miss that.
Did read it right.
I also just wanted to give an update. We had our tree sale last week. It went well, except for, UPS lost a box of our trees. That will never happen, but, most people were very kind about it.
Good job, Sarah.
It's still missing. Like how many trees? 1,350, all the same kind. There's two kinds. What kind? Fraser fir mainly. What was it again?
Not quite.
Fraser fir, most of them, and then red oak or dogwood. Darn it, did we get a 30? Oh, shoot, there goes my Christmas tree.
Exactly.
So what did they do to rectify that?
We're doing refunds.
So a lot of people took other species. We had extra other things and, or they could get a refund. We issued 11 refunds. Which usually I don't have to issue.
Like she said, this has never happened before. I mean, a little bit of late delivery, but never, they've completely disappeared. But she has to work with several different nurseries to do these bulk orders, so it's a lot of logistics.
I think they're 2,000 other trees. Actually, they're all on the ground as of yesterday. Everything. I asked the guy that picked up, I said, how come Taylor doesn't do any of his own work? Mary ordered it and you're picking it up. Oh, did Weston come get it? That's the system. He's like something that is crazy.
Any other announcements here? Anybody? Okay, adjourned in order.
Move.
Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We're adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Well, it looks like if they want car and, you know, conversation. You're doing. Yeah, I think a lot of.